There we go. There we go. That. There we go. There we go. I fixed it. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. I don't want to be hearing my. I fixed it. Okay, there we go. Okay. I don't want to be hearing my own voice when I look at Twitch when I'm playing this game. That's good. I checked that. Okay. As you can see, like, I have played a bit, so you just see Reen and the other character. We're going to be playing this on normal. I did play this a bit beforehand. I don't remember where far I got, but this is the prologue chapter we're doing first. Oh, hey, thank you, Ruby. Thank you for doing. You can hear me now. I hope people join the call because talking to you guys is going to be stressful because I'll be focusing mostly on the game.
Okay, well, I'm here, so hopefully you don't have to worry about that.
Ruby's saying hard mode, Pansy. No, I'm doing normal mode because I have not played this game much.
I am doing hard mode in my playthrough, and I also have not played the game before, and yet I seem to be doing very well, I want to say.
I want to get more used to this game. I want to do more normal mode for 1, and then for 2, and later on I'll do hard mode.
Yeah, that's fair for one big good boss. Ruby, can you confirm if you can hear me all right?
Make it your fuel. Is Cameron picking up fine, or I'm open it like they should be in auto mode for dialogue. Is there not? Oh no, that's turbo mode.
Yeah, be quiet. That's fine then.
Oh, it's Cameron quiet.
That tends to happen.
There.
These games. Don't worry too much about it.
No, I'll fix it. OBS for Discord.
I'm also going to my Discord settings to make sure that there aren't any problems with my mic.
Like, it might be a thing I have to fix. Discord, OBS. OBS overlay. Like, okay. Oh, come on, Discord stream kit over. Yep. That's what I need. Install for OBS. So this would just be like easier to hear.
Yeah, that's fair.
Voice widget. That's what we need. My server. Streaming. Right, and then okay, this should fix it. And then go to OBS, and
once the Nobles get that fixed, I suppose I should test. So I test my mic to make sure that
it's yeah. Doing this now, so it's like fixed for later.
Yeah, so like if I just say
okay, yeah. Browser, yeah, browser 2, okay. And paste. That should be it. That should do it, I guess. I think I fixed it.
Okay, well, like
oh
I said,
god, why is it? Oh no, what?
What the?
Yeah, I try to go full screen mode for the thing. There we go. Okay, I fixed it for myself, so I can see the game better.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on the stream chat in the meantime as well to see what Ruby and everybody else has to say.
Yep, thank you. I can do that on my... I could do that on my iPad as well, but I'm like getting the... I'm getting up the guide as well.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But yeah, I'll just say things like test my mic a little. But one thing I did notice, if this is a thing at all, is that like in the title screen, like on the trade, I know like characters that join your party get added to it more and more as you progress through the game.
Yes.
One thing I did notice beforehand was the background, like the like trees passing by.
Yeah.
If the trees, like if the season works the same way, then I did not notice that before.
Yeah, that's just how it is. Also,
I
like
know, but
the modes, it's like easy is enemies are at 70% of their stats. Normal enemies are 1.00 of their stats. Hard is enemies are 1.15 of their stats, and then
which
nightmare,
is
a balance for Net Game Plus, ideal for replays, is enemies at 1.30 of their stats.
yeah. I'm not doing that on the game plus. I'm doing hard difficulty, not nightmare mode.
Yeah, I'm doing normal because it's like, well, around satisfyingly tough combat aim to people who are used to playing RPGs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Certainly not aimed for awards people shooting RPGs. There's that
Oh.
one.
This game is fairly easy to like understand and get into.
Yes.
I want to say it pretty much not as difficult as most other like sort of niche RPGs.
Yeah.
If that
Oh look, actual blood. Some games will censor out blood completely. I think before these remakes, the blood was just dried brown. I think I remember someone saying when I was watching them play this.
This is awful.
Yeah, this game as well as this whole series can get pretty dark at times, can get dark and serious.
Yes.
I can smell smoke. Are they using gunpowder?
Completely blindsided us. It appears that everything they've done today was serve as a decoy, making the tanks go haywire.
Right. It looks like their real target was the railway guns all along. Which means they must be serious about targeting that trade conference in Crossbell City.
The voice acting is generally well done with this series.
Yeah, I like the voice acting in this game so far. The English voice acting, I should say. Haven't heard the Japanese voice acting, but I want to say that's probably just as good.
Resorting to such wanton. This is absolutely outrageous.
Really like her voice though.
And which voice is that?
The blue-haired girls.
Please, let
I know who you mean.
Yeah.
it doesn't look like we have much
Yeah, I'm having some difficulties on my end with my laptop because my internet tends to be crap sometimes.
Yeah.
But I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I like all of the voices to be fair. All of the English
they're all
voices.
good,
I
yeah.
can't really
they can activate the railway guns.
I can't really discern like a real like favorite from all of them.
Green's right.
hmm
I don't know how much we can really do, but considering the alternative, we have to.
Also, the music, even though this is just the start of the first era, the music for this game's really good.
Oh yeah, I love the music. I love the music. Just the music that plays during this opening, I freaking love.
Looks like any attempt to convince you otherwise would fall on deaf ears. Alright. Reen, you and the rest of Group A are with me. Group B, you'll be under the command of Major Nightheart.
One group will secure the gun at the right wing. The other group will secure the left. This is an actual combat situation with real lives at stake. The best from each of them. Yes. All right, class.
God, it sounds like the game's cutting out. Maybe it's me streaming it to Discord.
That could be it. If you want to improve the quality, then you can stop streaming.
Yeah,
Discord.
I'll stop streaming it to Discord
I'm
because it
just-
feels like it's cutting out a lot, so...
Yeah, because I'm just watching from the stream on Twitch. So
Yeah. Okay, I fixed it. Wait, do I have two?
It's time to put that knowledge to the test.
Oh, I have two full screen previews open. Okay. Like, I was like, wait, I see two. Why is there two? And it's like, oh, okay. That might also be the
I don't-
problem. And I fixed
I don't know.
like, that's just something I spotted myself, so I was like, oh, my brain. Yep, and the game is telling you about turbo mode. Turbo mode should only be used in combat. Do not use. Me saying this, do not use it out on the field because enemies will speed up as well.
Yeah, that's what the R1 button is for, the dash.
Yeah,
Um,
dash is for running. Yeah, and then there's
Yeah.
like all that, like they expand the minimap so you know where you're going. There's the notebook, which if you just want to check your stats, like everyone's stats and everything. And then yeah, save.
yeah.
You can just save
Notebook
from
is
anywhere.
actually Notebook is your encyclopedia, and then
Yes.
the triangle button is to open the travel menu where you can do.
Yeah, I'll just
cool
save
stuff,
over.
eat stuff.
Yeah, you see, I've only played up to the prologue. I'll save over it because, like, it's not gonna really matter. Like as you say, everyone starts off at level 49 except Sarah, who's level 55. There. Keep that note for later. I don't think the game expects you to get to those levels, but like, it probably will.
Well, I mean it's an RPG, so it doesn't expect you to like be necessarily a high level by the end of the game, but like a high enough level to like where you're not having too much difficulty. You know.
Yes.
What was I about to say? I was about to say something and I forgot. God damn it! Oh yeah, now I remember.
Oh, and there's these things that allow you just to. There are statues that allow you to heal.
Yes, Overbit charging stations,
Yes.
as they are called
I-
in the series.
Oh, hey, Oni.
Is it voiceless only or?
No, it's voice only. Don't worry about it.
The evolved Oni.
Yeah, I just come here to tell you no. Maybe you should increase the volume of the character voices.
The
That's
character.
really hard.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but that
I'll have to do. I think I can do that on options.
Yeah,
yeah,
whenever
that
you
should be an
quit.
easy fix.
Let me. Cause I can hear it fine. So like, I'll
Yeah,
check
just a
my
tiny
volume
bit.
mixer. Should be very easy. Say, okay. So if I do it like that, that should be fine.
Okay, let me just mute myself and then I'll deafen myself and then check.
Maybe the music is well. I don't know if the music is too loud. I'll have to like go deafen. So hang on.
Mechanical monstrosities.
Save the talking for later. We need to take these things out.
Got it. Enemy sighted. Take them out.
I think it's good. Just like, I don't know. If you could just increase the volume of the character, that will be fine. But other than that,
I got. Well, I'm in combat because the game froze in
It's,
combat.
I'm just.
So-
it's okay.
Unbalance. Can unbalance. Gale might be better. Gale. I think yeah, Gale here works.
Second form. Gale. I'll handle this.
And then, as you can see, I can move. So in this game, you can move where the attack icon is for attacks like this. So if I move it here, I'm only hitting 2. If I keep it here, I'm hitting all 3.
Know your place.
And when you go to attack an enemy with attack and overall or craft ability, the character moves as well. If you
Yes.
want to just move your character, then that is
There's the
that
move.
Will cost that will cost an entire turn for that character.
Yes. The,
And if you look,
where it says delay, it's to do with the spells, as you can see, which are called arts. Explaining this now, so it's like the game does explain it, but explaining it now for audiences kind of easier.
yeah. So like,
Is the placement of the character change? Who with the enemy attack? Oh,
I was about to say, if you look to the left, there's the turn order. There were certain attacks and abilities that can delay enemies, allowing other characters
Yeah.
to go first potentially.
Yeah. Also, there are the enemies have statuses. There's paralysis that these two are affected by, and this one is
But
affected by
that's
frozen.
no brute, there's a lot of status conditions.
I
in
know
this
there's a
game.
lot. There's like a ton. Oh, and when they get hit like that, you can see you can do assists. When that comes up, that's an assist thing. That'll come up very often. It's like when you're hitting the enemy's weakness. Why is my leg shaking?
Yeah, so link
Oh.
attacks. When you
Yeah.
when you hit an enemy a certain way, be it slash, thrust, or pierce, for example, that
Yeah.
will knock the enemy off the balance, allowing
Or
whoever
Pierce is called
it-
thrust in this.
Yeah, allowing whoever you are linked to do a follow-up attack, like what just happened there, because Sarah and Reed there are currently linked at the moment.
Lights out for them. Good work.
Yeah,
Does they have a skit after fights too, like Tails?
that's
What's
the little skit, basically.
Like is there any other like elaborate skit where they dance or whatever?
Uh,
No doubt about it. Those things were the
no, like that. Like they,
Okay.
two characters. I've seen two characters high five.
Oh, okay. So it's fairly limited. It's okay.
Yeah.
I've seen two characters high five. I've seen two characters give each other a fist bump.
I thought you would say something completely different. I was scared. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I saved myself. I saved my sentence there, so you can shut up, Oni.
So these are archaisms.
Archaisms get explained later on, but just think of them as robots for now,
Are you certain, Instructor?
because that's basically what they are in a sense.
Yeah, they're a
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like sort of, I guess, autonomous machines that can like
and a real
defend or attack.
Yeah, autonomous weapons. Yeah, so robots.
We need to hurry.
Yeah.
Keep your
Yes, essentially, yes.
Essentially, yeah. For the common man, yes.
Understood.
I like how everyone says understood instead of right.
What me or Nobu will hopefully explain later on, like, what it is that powers them, because
Oh yeah, I
way,
can turn
like,
up the voice.
sort of technology
That should be
works this
better.
well, that it's
That
it's
should
like
be.
different- different
steampunkers,
sort of
but at the same time,
My fucking leg is shaking, and I'm like, it might be because I'm very nervous about playing this game.
Hopefully it's good.
No, I've played this game. I have enjoyed from what I've played. It's just streaming it is the problem. Also, triple advantage.
Leave it to me.
To explain this is when you get behind an enemy, each enemy has its own weakness. For what I did with Reen was this enemy seems to be weak to slashing. So when you hit it, you will get triple advantage. Sometimes you can stun an enemy and you get double advantage, and then there's single advantage by just walking right up to them. Like not hitting them in the back, but just I think it's just walking right into them while they're facing the other direction.
it has to be done with the back, though, because
Uh,
if you
yes.
try it from the front, it will not work at all.
I can't
And if
remember.
If your back is towards the enemy, then the enemy will get what is
Yeah.
an enemy advantage.
Yeah, I think it's like with this is that with triple they take damage, or that's in double as well.
You take damage, and your party members will also gain
CP.
CP.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
It's just playing this again, just trying to
I
remember
know.
everything. Also, yeah, you do have a
Is
thing
there
of scanning
also,
enemies.
thing like an auto battle thingy in this one or no?
There's no auto, but there is like
Like for weaker enemy, can you like beat them real quick or auto win if they are under a certain level?
I don't think there is. I think like the only way to speed up fights is with Torable,
Yeah.
like what I'm doing.
So there is a turbo function. Okay.
There's a turbo function.
Yeah.
I don't think it was included on the Vita version because they use
I
it.
mean, of course.
Yeah.
It was not added to PC and PlayStation 4, but yeah,
Yes.
Turbo mode is really handy. I use it quite a bit for battles and sometimes for story cutscenes because there is a lot of walking and camera shots with no dialogue.
Yeah.
Yep.
I shall fulfill my duty as a noble.
And it's like, it's beautiful, but I also want to see the dialogue and see what characters are saying.
God, I'm definitely putting one of my favorite characters up, and I should switch them out for someone because I like her very much. Don't I like you?
Do you need to level up everyone, or everyone leveling up around each other?
Everyone levels up around each other. The only one that's got,
That's really good.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's really
like
good.
if you look,
Okay.
see Emma and Eustace in the
49,
back.
all of them, right.
Yes,
Yeah.
they have the same bar of level XP as Reen, Laura, and Gaius. Sarah is level 55, so she's gaining less experience than everyone because she's very much higher than everyone is.
But will not affect the amount of experience.
It will not
You-
affect the
you
amount
are-
of
okay.
experience. No. If she was the similar, if she was if she was around the same level as everyone, she would be having the same level bar. There we go.
So,
Hell yeah.
so basically, active and inactive party members will gain experience when you win a
Yes.
battle.
Yeah. Oh.
That's really good. That's really good, though.
If I sound
should do
panicky,
that.
chat, I'm sorry. It's just this game and streaming. It's nerves. I've not
Don't worry
streamed in a while.
about it, Like,
It's fine.
Turn around,
it's fine.
please.
I mean,
Turn around,
like,
please. There we go.
I could understand that. That's honestly like,
My turn.
it's why I'm partly excited as well to like just be here because like I've been playing this game a lot recently, so I can like sort of help explain everything with you, Nobu.
I really love these attack animations. They're all different to everyone else, and they're just, you know, I'm going to like Merverine because I want to show off Laura.
Speaking of moving your characters, you may think early on that moving might not be all that significant, but trust me, later on for certain fights, moving your characters apart from each other will be very important because not only do you have AoE attacks, enemies will have AoE attacks as well.
As you see, everyone's gaining 1,211, while Sarah's gaining 115.
So, if a character is closer to an enemy, the enemy may attack them, or the percent of the enemy may attack them will be higher, right? Or the chance of the enemy will attack them will be higher? Or how will that work?
I'm not quite sure how Agro works in this game just yet, but I think
Hold on.
it's based on
No, don't do
who
that,
attacks the enemy last is the character that the enemy will choose to go after.
Oh, so moving the character only important when important if you want to avoid the AoE attacks, and that's it. Like the
Yes.
amount of it. Makes sense.
Here we go. There.
Yeah,
Me.
you do have a chance of missing,
That's really good.
like Green did. But that happens.
Oh, so if even your character have like widely different AoE attacks from each
Yeah,
other.
everyone has
So,
different attacks,
you-
which makes this game super fun to try to use everyone to see what everyone's techniques are. We like don't worry, chat. This game isn't just starting you off at this point because this is just like, oh hey, something's going on. You'll find out later. Basically, it's getting you into the game with a very early combat.
This is a prologue that's meant to act as a fast forward to give you a
Yes.
glimpse of what's come later on.
I think all the games do this, which is really interesting because I know kind of like, oh, this is it spoils a little bit of the story, but it's kind of like, hey, this is what's to come. You're going to find out if you continue to play, and that keeps you engaged. Well, I feel that has kept people engaged.
No, I get what you mean because it'll get people curious about like the outcome.
Yeah.
Oh, and another thing is that you can attack certain objects on the map, and they will potentially drop a shiny object that you can pick up.
Yes. Those are
like
generally
pop-
items.
Yeah, things like boxes or pots, for example.
And there will be generally in the open like map areas or in dungeons.
Meanwhile, Link and Solid Snake are looking at this game with a pissed off look at their face. Because, blinking pots, blinking boxes? What's next?
What's next? Breaking the world. Kiryu from Yakuza comes running along.
Breaking
The
the world.
world, breaking the rules. God, that song is. I've got that song like on Spotify.
There's a mixture. Someone made a mixture between Kiryu and Nishikis. So you hear both of them singing together. It's really good.
I know Gura sang that. Because I believe Coco sang the other song that's from Yakuza.
They're enormous.
100% Cinderella?
I don't know.
24 Cinderella.
Yeah. I don't remember what one she
How'd they
sang.
manage to get them prepped so fast?
Most likely it will be Bakamitai, because it's the
Bakamitai.
meme song. Still people calling Kiryu the
Don't tell me they're
Bakamitai
just gonna let 'em
man.
rip without
I call him the breaking the world man.
To be fair, there are a lot of meme songs in Yakuza Zero because you want to talk about Bakamitai with Kiryu.
certainly not
What
shy
about
about bringing out the big
Cinderella,
guns.
24 Hours Cinderella with Majima?
God, fucking, I can't believe in the new Yakuza game they've done, which is completely different. The character I believe is supposed to be an ancestor of Kiryu uses a gun.
No.
Oh, sorry.
It will be. He will be. I think he's Ryoma. Like, the guy that helped introduce Western people to Japan.
Might. He might.
Yeah.
But I just realized the gun in that is
He
not
is
it's not like an old it's not in the period of guns they would have. I think it's a fucking Magnum.
Yes, no, it is. It is one of the guns. Not quite, but you know.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, that makes me laugh because it's like, of course, Yakuza would do this.
We need to take these things out fast.
Right there with you.
Okay, these are basically the first bosses technically, and
Bigger
the
robots.
yeah, best way of beating them is doing this.
Are you about to do what I think you're about to do?
Yeah.
Wait for the street to catch up. Yep. S-Fakes. S-Fakes are essentially a character's super duper special ultimate attack. They've pretty much been with the series since Trails in the Sky, the first Legend of Heroes game.
Leave
Yeah.
it to me.
And
Does they need to charge up, or they will happen immediately?
What do you mean? You mean with Opal Arts?
No,
or with
if you cast
S-Fakes?
them, does it take time to cast them, or?
When you're using Opal Arts, there is like a casting time.
Yeah, there's a
so-
casting time.
Yeah. And then with S-Fakes, you can like use them like
Leave
in
it to me.
between party members' turns, and in order to use them, you need to like have that counter build up 100 like CP or
I
over,
will-
and then when you use the S-Fake, it will consume all of that counter CP. So they're useful and powerful, but that is something you have to like keep in mind. If and when your S-Fake doesn't kill the enemy like outright.
But with these guys, it's best to use them.
Yes. but it's important to keep in mind later on that you could use the S-Ray can potentially kill these enemies, but if one or two lives on with like a sliver of HP, you might be in danger because your character that is your main damage dealer is now all of a sudden out of CP.
It's my turn.
Thankfully, though, there are set abilities that you can use to increase characters' CP, which is useful. So.
Here we go.
I see. The enemy just nuked your guys.
Nuked the guys and no one died. And then there's
Actual
overkill.
nuke. Fire. It didn't do anything. Damn.
It's like a fucking like anime moment. It's like I dropped a building on you. Only a scratch.
It's just a flesh wound. A flesh wound? Your arm's falling off.
Second form.
Yeah,
Yes, flash wound.
it's just a scratch. Your arm's off. Loses another arm. It's just a flesh wound. It's like, no, it's not your. Sorry, bro. It's like, what are you gonna do? Bleed all over me?
So yeah, enemies can use overarms as well. And what you saw there on the turn order was a thing that said the zero odds. There are sometimes these turn bonuses that will
My turn.
either give you health, CP, or EP, and then other turn bonuses that will allow you to use an overart with like immediately and for the cost of 0 EP, which is pretty useful.
Yeah.
But don't rely on it too much. It's only for certain instances here and there during fights.
Noble heal. You should heal.
do I?
He'll be fine. It's the tutorial. Well, not the tutorial, but it's like the open. It's the opening like tool log where his characters are like at a point in which they're like powerful and it's like difficult to die because of that.
Yeah, better be safe than being sorry, right?
My turn.
Yeah, I guess.
So, the link attack is between like two characters only, right?
Between two characters, yeah. It's indicated by the lines there between the characters' portraits at the bottom of the screen there. The red
You
line.
can switch them in the middle of the fight, right?
You can. If you press L1, you can like change the like who your character is linked to, which is useful if and when you forget to set up your links before in the like travel menu.
Arcus activate.
And it's useful for other types later on that I won't go into the details of, but. If you feel like changing your character's like links to suit the situation, if and when you're dealing with an enemy that's more weak to slash, frost, or pierce, whatever, then it's useful. That the game gives you that option.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, motivate. One of Ring's best abilities he gets.
For what was it? 30. For 30 CP, it raises the strength of himself and everybody that he is close to.
Yeah.
Wow, what a great Devil May Cry reference.
What?
No, I won't say that. What a great Final Fantasy Tactic reference.
Yeah, and then there's counter attack. Yeah.
Okay, burning daylight.
But what is those crystals that fall off after each fight? Did you guys explain it or no?
Explain.
Yeah.
What was it?
Oh,
The
the
gems or the crystals that fall, like this one. Yeah.
they're for making things for your spells, and they're also money. The white one, the plain white ones are money, like for single flame money.
Yeah. So there are 7 types of these crystals, Septic, as it says there, that you can use for creating like items that you use for being able to cast certain arts and abilities.
Yes.
And the eighth one, as Nobu pointed out, is for selling so that you can make money, which in this game is called Mira.
Yeah.
We're running out of time. I'm gonna go on ahead. Follow me as soon as you're sure it's safe to.
And then, yeah, the different types of septif, you have earth, wind, fire, water, which are the 4 elements. And then you have 3 other types of septif. There's
Completely different. Like I think one of them is silver, which is time. I think.
Mirage, and I forget
Darkness?
what the 7th one is called. Could be darkness.
Could be darkness.
Chaos.
Chaos, maybe. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Railway guns.
Yeah.
Could be gun.
No, no.
Don't.
Also, I like how the people have combo weapons of guns and knives attached to their weapons.
Yeah, the dude with the glasses have a little shotgun,
He just
right?
yes, it's just an actual fucking 12 game.
Casually.
Oh, we're
Everyone
gonna
have
see the opening.
Swords
yeah.
and guns. I'm bringing shotgun.
Shotgun. It's like, why do you have a shotgun? Element simple. Anything that gets in front of me gets fucked. Anything that's away from me, I can't do jack shit to. But like anything in front, I'm your man.
But to be fair though, apparently shotgun are very accurate in real life. But who knows?
Kinda getting an opening here.
Yeah, this is a different opening for the
Yeah.
one that nobody plays when you put the game up.
Yes, which was playing while I was like getting things sorted.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this man. Okay, he's cool. He's cool.
They're all cool. Like I really like all of the characters' designs in this
Yes. God, the old man with a sword on him. Oh, so cool looking.
game. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. There was this one lady that looked like a fashionista. I'll be honest, I'm impressed.
Oh, I wonder if he's related to the Osborne family.
My God, with the rose. Let's go.
God, I keep forgetting the guy. Oh, I think the guy in the back is just called. I think the guy with armor is called C. I think.
Yeah,
Like where they weren't
I
showing
see
his
that.
name, but I think he is just called C because he is in one that is coming out. That's why I'm doing all of these first.
Yeah, the guy called the scene that looks like somebody from Power Rangers or Super Sentai.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm excited. I fucking love his design, and it's and the game that's coming out. That game has 3 routes, and one of them is his. And I'm doing that. I'm definitely doing that route first.
I earlier.
Does game have routes? Aren't they like
No,
100
it's-
hours RPGs?
It's the game that's coming out, Tales of Luminary, has the Trails of Cold Stone route, like it's story routes, the Trails of Zero route, and then the Seas route. They're all specific to them, but they all join up together.
Do you mean Trails into Reverie?
Reverie, yeah, so not Luminary, right?
Oh, okay. So are they like when you say a route, you mean like just ending or just like a whole story?
I think it's like a whole story.
Oh damn! Okay, that's like and each route is around 100 hours.
I
of
don't
gameplay?
know.
That's the question though. Like that's kind of scary though. Imagine how many lines you need to write and how many lines you need to voice act. You know.
Passengers for their patronage. This train is bound for.
Well, this game, I think
Yeah.
it's expected
Celtic.
that Trails into Reverie will have voice acting like the Cold Steel games, which have a mix of cutscenes that are voice acting and cutscenes that don't have voice acting.
Oh, okay. I thought the type of
next
game
stop
where
is
everything is already voice
Trista.
acted or something.
Trista. We will be stopped at Trista in
Um,
1 minute.
What
When
was
disembarking,
what
please
was
ensure
I
no
about to say? Oh
belongings
yeah.
are left behind.
One other thing about the Trails of Cold Steel games, not really. Well, I mean, I'll talk about it later. I'll talk about it later on where it's
Man,
more well.
Spring's really in full bloom here, huh? Back home, there was still so much snow on the ground, I hardly even realized it.
Does that tell you how much time passed between each game?
Yeah. Well, I know it tells you how much time passes between this and the next game.
I'm not sure. I think like it's a year or two. I think I think they said like it's 2 years have passed.
Only 2 years? Okay.
I think. Well, we'll see when the game plays out. When we get to 2.
This game, well, you can go into this game completely blind with no prior knowledge of the Legend of Hero games. It will sometimes, I think, reference events from previous Legend of Hero games, like Trails in the Sky and the Crossbow Trails games.
Wow.
But does the game expect you to know all of those information, or they just
Not really.
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. Just like sort of, yeah, it's background information, like Nobu said. A little bit of, like, I guess, fan service for anybody that's played the previous Legend of Heroes games.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Are those Lino flowers? Never
Okay,
seen so many old blossoming
his
ones.
name is Squazer?
Schwarzer.
Can I say that again?
Reed Schwarzer.
Schwarzer, okay.
I'll be
Yeah,
studying the next
trust me,
2
that's
years.
not gonna be the first instance where
Wonder
you
how
see
long
a
it'll be
word and
before
you
I think
don't
of it as
necessarily know how to pronounce it until they actually say it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I think I'm going to like it.
Ouch.
Whoa, sorry about that. Are you okay? I should have picked a better place to take in the scenery.
Don't worry about it. I should have been paying more attention to where I was going instead of gawking at the flowers. It's really a pretty town, though, isn't it? Just like a postcard.
Yeah, I guess that's the magic of springtime for you. I hope everything in your case is okay.
Oh, don't worry about that. It'll be fine. Hey, you've got the red uniform too, huh?
Yeah, but now that you mention it, almost everyone else on the train had a green jacket. You're one of the few I've seen in red.
Now that's the uniforms are important.
I didn't really think
Yes,
about it until
they'll
now.
touch upon
Just put
that
on the
in just a
uniform they
bit
sent me.
after the entrance ceremony.
Yeah.
The red is for
I
the
hadn't
war
given it much
children.
thought until I got
Anything else is for the other children, most likely.
Well, not really,
Like you
because
said,
every
there are a
student
few others sporting them
here
too,
is
so I
going to
doubt
like
it's a
the
mistake.
same academy, which is a military academy. So they're all like learning about like military strategies,
Maybe
combat
James will end up being
techniques, that sort of thing.
Are you saying that
Anyway,
everyone is
I
war
should get
children?
going.
Neat.
I've got a feeling we'll see each other again at the
Hey,
entrance ceremony.
hey, listen, you've played Fire Tree House, okay? Don't get me that.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Should have been called Fire Emblem War Crimes.
I totally forgot to
Let's send the children to kill each other.
Oh well.
And also it's like, the worst house that committed the war crimes is Black Eagles. No, they're all fucking bad.
I like how Reed, just after that conversation, is like, actually, I forgot to ask her name.
It is weird that there are so few
I
of us
just,
in red.
I love the
There even
delivery
enough
of
to
that
make it
line. I don't
class.
know why. It's
I-
like,
I w-
it definitely comes. it definitely comes across as definitely the sort of thing somebody would say after an interaction like that.
And I'll be honest, this game blew me away of something. The voice acting is actually good.
Is pretty strange too.
Like, it's
That's what we're
actually
saying.
good. I'm
That's what
surprised.
we're saying.
It's a good game. I thought it has a shitty voice acting.
I think they redid the voice acting for these, so
Sure looks a lot fancier than your standard issue Orbment, that's for sure.
But no, the voice
Guess there's
actors
no
are
point in
doing
racking my
great
brain
job.
over it.
I'm
Someone
happy
will
about
probably
it.
explain it
Seriously.
during orientation. Thor's military academy is on the north side of town.
It's especially great as well, I feel, because I haven't looked into it, but most of the English voice actors I've heard in this game don't sound familiar to me. Like, they don't sound familiar to me in the sense that I haven't, like, I can't, I'm not familiar with them or what other works they have been in prior to this. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
the way to
I'm just,
Thor's.
I'm just waiting for Yuri Leonthal. He's everywhere. You know that he's everywhere. You cannot run away from him.
That's why I can't.
Football, Johnny Youngbosh, Laura
Just
Bailey,
Johnny.
or
Hey, at least for Johnny Youngbosh, he changes up his voice now and then. Especially
Oh,
when
come
he's.
on, dude. Yuri too try his best, but
You-
his
no.
voice has been iconic.
Yuri tries. It's always the same voice though. So it's kind of like when he gets angry, you can tell. Oh yeah, that's just him.
That's just you.
That's just Yuri because it's like, yeah, I'm voicing Yosuke. Time for Yosuke to get angry. Oh hi Sasuke. Or the guy from Dot Hack. Because he voices him as well. Yeah.
And,
I think that's.
it's very specific though. I usually hear him most on background characters. Like if you listen very closely to background character in anything,
Yeah.
you will hear one Yuri. Just like he's just like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
God bless him.
Although
He's doing a good job. That's
if
for
Peter
real, though.
Cullen was in anything, you'd fucking hear him instantly and be like, "That's Optimus Prime. That's Optimus Prime." I'd literally disagree that. I'd just be like, "That's Optimus Prime." Everyone would just be like, "What?"
Dude, I think you are the only one who could point him out.
I think I'm the only one.
It's my wife, Optimus Prime.
Husbando, Oni.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
God, get your terms right. God.
But saying wife is funnier though.
No, it's not. That's sexism. Time to cancel Oni. Just like Vesper got cancelled by Corona.
Okay, let's move away from this now. So this is.
Wait, I'm going the wrong. I
just
think I'm going the wrong. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way.
Well, while Nobler gets his directions correct, this
Uh.
is
That
just
obvious.
which is.
The bath, you just walk on the cancel bath, of course. The
No,
bath-
no, I'm not even going to
I
school.
said we would move away from this topic. Shut up.
I'm sorry.
I'm not
I
going
cannot
to
help
school.
myself sometimes.
I'm not. Fuck it. I'm not going to school. I'm gonna find the Fire Emblem free people.
Anyway, Trista is your central hub for
Yes.
this game. This is where you can do all sorts of things, really. But there are shops to buy like books, items, armor, etc. For like new weapons, and for new items that you can use to cast Opal Arts. That's at Thor's Military Academy, which is the
Yes.
school that we will be going to.
There's also fishing spots as well, but you need a fishing rod,
Which we did not have.
which we do not have.
Is the fishing minigame good or it's just simple?
It's harmless. It's harmless. Like it's not. Hang on. Okay. The fishing minigame. It's not difficult, but it is exactly like. It's not
Simple?
difficult, but it's not exactly fun either. It's just harmless.
Okay. It's not bass fishing from Capcom.
Here, my lady.
No.
I pray you find victory here in both your studies.
Like you'll see what I mean when I say it's not difficult, but not exactly fun either when you see it. assuming Nobu is going to be doing fishing this game.
Thank you, Klaus.
Because fishing is technically optional, so...
Father is away.
Understood, milady. Oh, please excuse my rudeness, young sir. It truly is a splendid day, is it not? The start of a new chapter in the lives of so many promising youths.
This feels like a headmaster would say. Like the headmaster, like basically the headmaster is waiting by the gates of the school. And then anime is like, then you find out, oh, that was the headmaster.
Yeah.
But not this.
Nah.
What is? Are you saying that this old dude is not the main character of the series?
No.
I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed.
He is but a simple elderly butler.
Yes.
Who is secretly the strongest man in the whole town?
Secretly, he's a Persona. References to Persona 1.
Ah.
No, that
The butler that becomes a Persona for one of the characters.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's so fucking wild.
bro.
It's so fucking wild. Like the manga explains the story a lot better.
He certainly looks the part.
By the way, I feel I should point this out because this is something we're going to learn very early on anyway. In this game universe, or rather in the Erebonian Empire, they have like traditions and like uphold like social standing, like nobility and commoners, that sort of thing. It's going to become very apparent early on, so just be prepared for that, or keep that in the back of your mind for just a bit.
Are you telling me at the end of the game we could eat the rich?
No!
No.
Oh, where does your mind go to sometimes? So they like...
Look, dude. Look.
My brain was gonna say something, and then was like, no, do not stop.
I'm trying to add the comedic factor, okay? I know I'm doing a horrible job, but I'm trying.
Oh, what? Are you saying me and Nobu aren't funny?
I'm not saying that, but I'm implied that, okay? That means that I didn't say anything bad. I'm good. Everyone love me.
Yeah, this is Thor's military academy. Not to get confused with the god of thunder, Thor.
It's Thoros, not Thor. There's a
Thor's
difference.
military academy.
I'm just imagining a school now where it's like I'm just imagining a school where like it's multiple floors for like the entire multiverse or something.
There's Fat Thor. There's
Fat Thor is my favorite one. I'll be real.
Well, he's more like
the Shinigami Tensei Thor.
There's Shinigami Tensei Thor. There's there's probably Thor from there's like Persona Thor. Well, Shinigami. I think there's like two versions of Thor.
The same one, dude. The same.
No. There's like I think Thor in Strange Journey has different art.
Maybe.
I think.
Then
I haven't seen Strange Journey 4, so I can't make a comment.
Thor from Record of Ragnarok.
Thor from Marvel.
Look, here's the thing. This is a very Arabic joke, but I will say it anyway. Oh, look at this Thor. So basically, Thor in Arabic mean a ball, like a the opposite of a cow, like the male cow, ball.
Oh, so it's just a bull.
So when you say someone you are a ball, you are like a stupid man.
So it's just I'm just thinking of a bull holding fucking Mjolnir.
That's fair too.
That won't be necessary. I prefer to avoid standing out too much.
But, sir...
Oh, yeah, I just realized there is cars in this universe. Of
Yes.
course.
Yeah.
If we saw fucking cannons, of course there would be fucking cars.
You know, you know what? Ancient technology and all this bullshit. You know?
Like, come on, Oni.
I did say this game does
This
have a
isn't open for
steampunk.
debate.
I did say this game has a steampunk vibe to it
Yeah.
with how the technology works.
But usually, when in steampunk, they don't use like actual car. They use like steam car working ones. But this looks like a modern car, so that I'm
Take
surprised
whatever
about.
rest you need, then return to Berea Hard.
As you wish. I shall be departing then, sir.
I don't know. I mean,
Time spent
I
in
kind
hallowed
I kind of get the
halls
vibe that is. I kind of get the vibe that's the type of car that would fit like in either or, like modern or steampunk.
It does. It does. It does.
God, why does the limo driver to me look more blocky than anyone else?
Oh, well, I mean, saying that, I'm not going to point touch the hat because
Yeah, oh,
there's any visible lines between the fingers.
yeah, I saw that. I think it was clipping into the clothing as well. You could see like the lining, but that's like shading. That's like, what that is, because you can see it on Reen as well. But that's like the true to indicate like branch move, like the movement of shadows, which we're seeing with the ground as well.
Looks like even Erebonia's upper crusts send their children here.
So, are you guys saying that the cab driver is the main character?
No.
Let it go, Odie.
Oh,
Let it go.
the main character is Reen. This is his story. This is a Reen story.
Well, I mean, it's not just
I
his-
don't buy it. I'll be honest.
I mean, it's not just his story; it's the story of multiple characters.
Yeah.
But more on that in a bit.
But Reen's like the main character.
But yeah, I mean,
The
he is
center
on the,
of
like
attention.
Yes.
he is
There's the last
yeah
of them.
he is the cover on all of the Cold Steel games. After all, so
He's the Ichigo of the Cold Steel series.
What?
Carmen understood exactly what I said. What I
I mean,
but
yes, but I feel it would have been more appropriate to go with something like, I don't know, like One Piece, I guess, where it's like, even though all of the Straw Hat Pirates are like main characters, the story is clearly focused on Luffy.
True.
I was going to say Fairy Tail as well, where their main story seems to be focused on Natsu than anything.
Yeah, that's another good one.
God, I can't really get into any of that artist's other work because everyone just looks like every other character. I'm like,
You are correct, though.
It's like a
Look,
unique style,
it's
but
bad.
it's
It's bad sometimes.
but
Allow
like
me
you can
to
see
introduce
him.
Identity where most, if not all, the characters are just Fairy Tail characters again.
If you look at his first manga, you can see he is improved from the
But
like
the old
right,
manga, like their design look more special than
Yeah.
the older series, except that one character that looked like Jihad or whatever his name is.
But how do you know
Jekyll.
I mean-
or, yeah.
Jaral.
The guy with tattoos in his face.
I think that's
Oh
Jaral.
my God.
Yeah, that
yeah.
one.
I mean, one thing I still cannot get over is the fact that Urza from Edith Steel is basically just Urza from Fairy Tail, and almost like in name and appearance alone.
Yeah, it's just like Urza went to space. Although you do see Luffy and Natsu in the background, and I thought that was really cute.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
that was like a
Just
really
adding-
that's good to reference
Just
your
adding
old
fuel
stuff.
just adding fuel to the fire for those Nalu shippers out there.
Oh, we all know by the ending they do get together.
Did they? Like,
I think in a
Luffy hugs Natsu, but they never messed up.
well, I think in like the
Each other.
100 Quest Year War, the 100 Quest thing, I think
Oh,
by the
which
end
is
of that.
still going on.
Is it-
Which is still going on for longer than it should.
Fuck.
It's a long story.
Man, this
Yeah,
author
it's-
is kinda all over the place, dude. I'm just saying.
This author is trying to one piece.
I mean, like, it's legitimately sad that his other work didn't catch as hard as Fairy Tail, you know?
Like, people say Eden Zero is really good.
I read some of it. It's not the
Don't
worst.
sweat the details right
That's
now.
how I will say it. If you like Fairy Tail, you may be like Agent Zero.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
I God, I fucking at least the anime seems to be keeping on like on point with the manga, not like Akame Kills anime where I will fucking complain about that constantly. Because
I mean,
Akame Kills anime really fucked over its main cast. Like really fucking hard. More than the manga did. Because it's like, oh yeah, let's kill off this one character who confessed to the main characters. Like that happens in the manga, but a lot earlier.
I'm sure it's only a matter of time before the Akame Kill anime gets a remake or something, whether actually adapts the manga this time.
Yeah, and
that for so many anime series.
Yeah.
Blue Exorcist, Shaman King, Full Metal Alchemist.
God.
You are very correct, Calvin. Like super correct.
Yes. Well, Blue Exorcist did need it, like, cause Blue Exorcist anime finished before its manga, and the Blue Exorcist anime ending was not bad.
I'll be honest, I don't remember much about Blue Exorcist anymore. I just remember the character and where they are in the story, and that's it.
Thanks.
Good. Thank God, Attack of Mid finished though.
Attack who?
Attack
What?
on Titan. Attack of Mid.
Oh, okay.
Because people keep praising that show. I'm like, it's really not as good as people keep saying it. Like I found it boring.
Wait until they get to
Oh
the
no,
ending.
yeah, no. I've seen the ending. I was like, oh boy.
Now the anime or the manga?
The manga.
Okay.
The manga ending is super shit. I was like, Jesus Christ, this is how you want to end it? Okay. End it awfully, okay.
I'll be honest though, I personally
Should be able to
enjoyed the
return it to
anime.
you
I didn't
before
read the
long.
manga, but
Hardly even
it
miss
was
it.
fun to watch.
The entrance ceremony is
Yeah, but all me and Nova are saying is that
Yeah.
for the Attack on Titan anime, that's just a ticking time bomb with that ending.
Is
Although-
it that bad though? Like, is it legitimately that bad?
Yeah, fucking Attack on Titan fans who read the manga went like fucking kept talking how awful it was. And when I
Yeah,
got
it's
around to reading it, I was
also-
like, yeah, I agree.
It's more so the fact that you also have to like. It's also more so the fact that you have to think about how everybody else is going to react to it, which is probably going to be very negatively.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although, talking about anime, the Trails of Cold Steel series is getting an anime adaptation. Well, I think it's getting
Yeah,
its
I
own
got-
little
I got-
thing.
Anyway, I hope you enjoy your first day at Thor's.
Good for them.
Glad to have you. Hope these
Will
next
it
2 years
be
will
like
a fruitful time for you.
direct adaptation of the game or?
No,
it's not.
I've seen the trailer for it. It doesn't look like it'll be a direct adaptation.
It's I don't remember, but it's definitely not of the game. I think it's like this added on thing they're doing. So it's like, oh hey, you can watch this at any point if you want. Like I think there are some characters that are in there that are from the game, so it's like, oh, okay, if you know who these characters are, then you can
I
watch it.
think from the looks I saw of it, it's going to be taking place in between Cold Steel 2 and 3.
Yeah, so
So-
like I won't be watching it because spoilers. Like till I play turn 3, so I'm like, then I'll watch it and then I can give my honest opinion.
I
guess those two
might
must be
or might not
years.
watch it. It depends on how much free time on my hands.
Although, speaking of an anime that did get brought back, but like got its own thing, Black Rock fucking Shooter.
That like it was very different.
I think that the new anime followed more of the game story than anything.
Oh no! Wait a minute, I'm confused now. I'm sure originally the story wasn't even a game. It was like basically a bunch of short music videos. and
Yes.
that's it. Right.
But like they now then made a new anime that because there was a game that came out like I think during the 2010s maybe through that like when because it was on the PSP.
yeah.
I played it. The game's actually really fun.
I want to check. Was the game before the anime or the?
The
or both?
well the latest one
I
that
will
came
check.
out is very after because in Japan they were advertising it on being Disney Plus, which was weird. And it was like, oh, it hasn't been advertised here, so people were like, people put it on websites you could watch it, and that's how I was watching it.
Hey, look, dude. Sometimes you need to be a pirate. What can I say?
Oh yeah, I do that with Netflix anime because I do not like watching their anime and subbed on Netflix because they can't do their fucking captions right. They make them too fucking tiny.
That girl definitely looked
And have them on a black box instead of just being all white, like being white letters and that's it, like on the screen, because that's not going to have any problem with any anime.
What was that about me being the last? I'm not seriously the very last student to check in, am I?
No, Ring, you're the last person to live. By the time you enter the doors, they're just gonna shoot you. This was all a coup. This was all a ruse.
Sounds like it's about time for the ceremony to start, though. Well, here's to the start of a great 2 years.
Foreshadowing.
Now, if I may, I'd like to say a few words in closing about this Academy's illustrious history.
Oh, Reed.
Yeah, I hear that. My brain instantly goes, ah, yeah, it's that Grant Harry never said that when he was at Hogwarts. When the shit that happened to him.
Thor's military academy was
What
founded.
are you
almost
talking about?
220
Nothing
years
better
ago.
happened to Harry and his friends when they went to Hogwarts.
Of course. Nothing happened. Ever.
Also, how is this character's name pronounced? I've been pronouncing it Principal Van Dyke so far.
I think it's Van Dyke. I don't think it's Van Dyke. Because that doesn't sound right. I think it's Dyke.
Well, it's certainly not Duck.
No.
I'll be honest,
As
I
I'm sure
thought it
you're
would
all
be
aware,
Van Dyke.
Was none
I'll
other
be
than
there.
the great Emperor Dracos.
Because I don't know why the Y placement feel like it will never be pronounced.
I should move. I see my mouse is there. It's not like on the screen for anyone else, but it is for me, and I'm just like, ha. I should move my, because I'm like very, I was like, oh, my mouse is there. I hope no one else is seeing that, but it's like, no, it's only me.
The very same emperor who ended the War of the Lions and
Oh,
returned
look.
prosperity to the Erebonian Empire.
Final Fantasy Tactics. Tactics War of the Line. just like, you see those memes of like when they have the red text around the world and then an enemy. Basically
Honestly,
that.
Honestly, when I saw War of the Lions, I immediately went to like the War of the Eagles and the Lions from Fire Under Three Houses.
I need to admit that was the first thing that popped to my head too.
Well, I'm only the one that remembers. Ramza, my sister is a bird.
Why
I
are
will
there?
never forget.
Why are there so many War of the Lions in video games?
I don't.
30 years after becoming
I
emperor,
feel,
in the later
maybe,
years
I'll be honest, I have no other explanation. It's a cool name, bro. What the? It's a cool name.
I mean, I guess, but if they keep this up, I can't help but feel we're eventually going to get an actual War of the Lions at some points. Like, Lions are actually going to go into battle with one another at some point.
Oh, that happens when there's a pride fight.
where young people like yourselves
That happens when
learn the art of war.
a young male tries to get into the pride by taking out the leader, the monarch. Like they try to get rid of the king, and then if they do get rid of the king, they will kill all the king's children, like the cubs and everything. Lions are fucked up animals.
To be fair, most animals are all level of fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, including humans.
But with the mechanization
Hey,
of the military,
you are. That's so real, man. That's too real, man.
I was gonna say
mean,
we
am I
can.
wrong?
I was gonna say
Am I
I don't think
wrong?
any of us, any human has killed a king's children. I'm like, yeah, no, yeah.
I'm also just referring to our, like, our history of like self-destruction, but yeah.
Yeah. What's more self-destructive than depression? Okay.
Twitter?
Yeah. Twitter. Tumblr too. Like I said when I was
Come on,
drunk.
that
No, when
wasn't
I
that bad.
oh no, they self-destructed on themselves really hard. They actually do it that often.
Fair enough.
DeviantArt as well. DeviantArt does that. Well, as I've always said about Tumblr and DeviantArt, they are a cesspool of idiots.
Our mission, however, remains the same. To prepare our students to fulfill Emperor Draco's famous mandate.
Because if you look at Tumblr, remember all the fucking weirdo Tumblr fandoms they had, like the Onceler?
I just remember the thing about Tumblr 60 Man.
yeah, that was that was a thing.
That was really funny.
That
though.
was a
I remember
thing.
someone on Twitter made a poll for who is the Tumblr 60 Man.
It was Sans
It ended up like Sans Undertale versus Regan from Mob Psycho 100.
And Sans won, and when they announced that, the Queen had died, so it was like Sans and Regan killed the Queen. And there was a ton of memes of that. And that was
Dude, that was wild. That was wild.
And become the foundation of
Oh god. That reminds me of the star of that Nugs Taku video. It was like, oh, God couldn't save the Queen, so they couldn't save people from drama.
I'm pushing the button to move away from the topic.
Yeah. No, that was all I was going to say. And it was like, yeah, Nugs, never bring up the Queen again if you're not British.
Nabu, sheesh. Let's talk about girls with glasses now.
No, bro, I know with you don't mentor because we constantly remind you,
I
but
know.
there are still sometimes when you kind of go off the deep end just a little bit.
That's why I'm telling you to let's talk about girls with glasses.
What the?
It's a very common topic.
I just looked
It's
at
good.
fucking Twitter. I post like this, I'm pure curious because this is like from, I think, from Super Sentai.
Oh gosh.
Okay. I guess so.
Not even gonna ask.
I don't know either. But goddamn, I like fucking people are like Power Rangers was wild. I'm like Super Sentai was wilder.
I don't think it's a competition, my man.
No, because Super Sentai had a villain, like had a
one possessed to become a part of its foundation.
like had a villain says, "Hey, I'm invincible. I can't die." And then one of the Rangers just shoots his like staff he had, like the crescent staff, and then he explodes.
You remind me of that one scene from Gundam where the guy said, "Hey, I'm a genius." Oh no!
Yeah, basically that. And I was like, "Oh my god."
This credo will serve as a guide and an inspiration to you during your 2 years at this academy.
So again, this is a war school, right?
Yes.
It's military academy. Yes.
It's a military academy, even though there's no war going on at the moment, I think.
No, there isn't.
Oh, there-
But it's to sort of like prepare.
Yeah, just in
students
case.
that wish to pursue a career in that sort of like field.
It's basically equivalent of the army to us, like in all our countries, basically, because you do learn stuff in the army. Like for what field you want to take.
Eventually, do the kid get paid for their work or what? How that exactly works?
It's an academy. What do you mean by getting paid?
I mean, after graduation.
Oh, graduation. They probably will find a job in that field that they want to do.
Okay.
In which they would get paid for it, yeah.
Let's go back. So it's an academy about war. You are fighting people. You don't get any kind of money.
It's no.
fighting
It's
people.
it's not fighting. No, it's like a military academy is not making you fight people. It's a.
But okay,
It's,
there's something called like physical training. Right?
yes.
Where
Yes,
you
but that's
take a
just
bunch of
it.
kids and throw them into a bunch of monsters and see what happens. Right?
It isn't necessarily fighting monsters. It's just fighting each other, like other students, other
Yeah, training.
humans.
It's basically.
Why do you automatically go to fighting monsters?
I don't know why. I thought it was all about fighting monsters. I mean,
This isn't God Eater.
so
What is this, an
wait a minute.
RPG?
Wait a minute. Are you saying that we will punch a bunch of kids against another bunch of kids to kill each other?
No.
This is literally, like, I mean.
Oh, nee.
We are having very different interpretations of what a military academy is right now, Odie.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I am like, you know what? Maybe I am, I'm jumping some steps. Okay.
You're jumping the gun.
Foundation of the world.
You're jumping the shark, is what you're doing.
All of them have guns, or most of them have guns. Of course, I will jump
Some
the
of
gun.
them just have guns, yes, but that doesn't mean the guns fire actual bullets.
No pressure.
They don't fire actual bullets.
Probably not. No, I imagine not in this universe.
What they are firing then, Mr. Carmen?
Oh my god.
Probably,
Strikes the line.
probably opal energy or
He didn't earn his
something.
nickname by taking the
Ah, of course.
Well, it makes sense in this universe.
I
Guess we've
guess.
got more to worry about than just passing exams, huh?
And yeah, just to sort of get that real quick. Hi, Elliot. Glad to
Yes.
see you made it out of the World War One pit finally. Secondly,
Fucking
to-
Reen bringing up exams. Ugh.
I guess we did.
Okay, I was about to be dumb and said, you have exam in schools.
You guys are doing exam, and then Karen's like, "You guys are doing exam." No, it's
So-
like, I can't believe I have to do like 3 exams. Karen's like, I can't believe I have to do 2 exams. Ollie, you guys are
You
getting
took
exams.
I thought we came here to hang out, bro.
okay. So the second thing, just to go into that, is opal energy. So they do explain opal energy. I just forget how the explanation goes, but opal energy is, I believe, gathered from collecting those crystals that monsters drop, septium, and it's basically used as the primary energy source for how a lot of technology works in this universe.
You could say everything is powered by a big battery in a sense for like technology.
Yeah, so to use that limousine from earlier, that was an opal limousine, which is being powered by an opal engine.
Mhm.
And yeah, odds are referred to as opal
I'm
odds
Elliot
because
Craig.
they
Nice to
use
meet you.
opal energy in order to be like cast upon allies or enemies alike.
God, I have 2 friends. One called Elliot and another called Craig, and I'm just like, huh.
You.
Yeah. So yeah, when it comes to when it comes to like using certain guns, I imagine they use like opal energy as ammunition,
Yeah.
which for military academy would make sense. But later on, I think we will see that there are some military forces or armies that do use like
Actual bullets.
more real like weaponry, like bayonets, for example.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Oh, then you just tell them to fix bayonets.
Yeah. No idea what the red uniform is supposed to mean.
I got on you with that.
Okay. I want to
Most
just
of the other
point
students
this
are
out,
wearing
guys.
green.
What is a bunch of twins is joining the school with you guys? What's happening?
Oh yeah, like fucking.
They
There's
have the
3
same face, the
condoms,
same hair, the same clothes, the same.
and then there's
I
like
bet they have the same height and birthday.
no. I think there's like 3 quintuplets.
You motherfucker.
I think because like there's like 3 guys that are clearly quintuplets, and I think like there's 3 girls clearly quintuplets, or there's like 4 triplets, quadruplets, whatever the one for 4 is.
Infinituplets.
Oh god, that would be worse.
There's a lot of them.
Why do we feel the need to harp on this every single time we play an RPG? It's like, for fuck's sake, Pokemon does this as well, guys. I hate to break the news to ya.
It's fun for me personally, that's why.
I like how we're like sitting in the school behind everyone in uniforms just talking about this.
Oh, who are those white fucks? I bet they are arrogant as hell.
They are. They
Fuck them.
Are part of the nobility.
Yeah.
Yes, burn them! Oh!
Oh my god.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, this world, the Erebony Empire, does have like social standing, so
Yeah.
commoners as nobility.
But
And this whole
Commoners are
shit
green.
will-
Yeah, the commoners are green and the nobility are white. While
What
our
about the
main
red people?
cast, what?
What about the red people?
The red people.
We'll get into that. We'll get into
That is going to be important.
Just thinking to myself.
And that brings us to the close of
I guess it's Bonnie doesn't need to know right now. It's cool.
Jesus Christ, you had 215 of these. That's very impressive.
Next, please proceed to the
Most of them have the same face and names.
There, you will go over the school rules as well as your class's curriculum.
It just feels like he's shouting this. There's no mic.
That is all.
250 teeth. 250. To
Yeah.
be fair, this academy, he did say this academy was founded 220 years ago.
Yeah,
so.
so, like I'm saying, that's very impressive that this academy is still around because, like, you feel like if this academy didn't do well, it would be gone instantly.
The class designated.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I do like Thor's academy as a, like as a built like as a place where it's interesting.
And they are very lax when it comes to uniform. Are you seeing this guy's in the background? Look at him. He's the coolest man he ever cooled in the history of coolness.
Or he stop
The
talking.
tattoos, the sleeve, the hair. Oh my god!
It's gonna be like, only stop talking about yourself. Come on.
Oh, he's the best man I've ever seen.
Mine either. I just assumed they'd tell us where to go after the ceremony.
So when are we introduced to the cute girl with glasses?
We'll be introduced.
Very soon, very soon.
Yes.
Yes, glasses. I win once again.
All right.
By the way, it's like
Citizen Red,
how
you
do you feel
won. If I
about
can have
the
your
main
attention,
cast? Are they like legitimately have given their time? At least in this game.
Yeah, I believe they are.
Like
So
each-
far, I
each
have,
one
like-
of them, or do
Okay,
you feel like
so
there is
far-
someone?
Now you're probably all confused.
So far,
Where's
I have
my
like
class
a
assignment you're probably
all of the
thinking?
main characters, but there is one exception, and I can only hope that his character will get better later on. But early on, he definitely comes across as a character that I do not
Dislike.
initially like.
I
Fair.
That's
Go for it.
perfectly
Although speaking of characters I like,
Your
best
situation
instructor
is a
ever. Well,
little
not
more
really, but
complicated than the others.
man, I wish my instructors got wasted on the job.
Before I explain, I propose you join me for a special orienteering exercise.
it's like it's weird. I don't know why. It's weird, but whenever like I don't know why it's weird, but this character like is definitely a character that doesn't like take their job seriously, and yet because of their like attitude and the voice, I sometimes get the impression that they do, and yet there are other times where they don't. It's like it's in between, and I don't know why, but I strangely like that.
She's got.
They ki- so go on.
It's very much. She's got a very much carefree attitude with things. Where
She cared enough.
she cares enough, but it's like she's showing up like, oh, I can have my you don't need to like you don't need to be very formal with me. You can just be out in the open because I am your instructor. I am taking care of you. Just talk to me like you would talk to anyone else, basically. That's how she comes off.
Yeah.
Did you mean an orientation exercise?
Worry not. Everything will be made clear soon enough. Now,
No,
right
oh,
this way,
sorry.
if
My
you
question was,
God damn it, Ori.
oh, sorry. What did I? What?
What do
I
you
didn't-
mean, what?
What do you mean, Carmen? What is this reaction? The strong reaction that you're giving me?
You know exactly why I'm giving you this reaction. Because you decided to say it to chat rather than say it out in the open. But I'm still
What
going
did
to like.
I say?
Oh my god, Oni. I want you to take care of me if you know what I'm saying. Oni. Oni.
For goodness sakes.
Oh,
God, if I had a soundboard, I would definitely play the fucking flying bang bonk noise.
Yeah, I should. I think everyone should have one of these at least.
What, a soundboard or that like.
No, the bunk sound.
The bonk
Okay.
But
and
no, sorry, just to bring it back to the original discussion.
You know what sound I would play afterwards? The sound of death noise.
What I was trying to ask is, like throughout the game, does everyone have a time, even if you don't like said character? Does the game feel like give everyone's their time to shine, even a little bit?
In a way, yes, but I also feel like there are certain character moments that's the saving for later on in the series. Because remember, this is all part of a series where you have Cold Steel 2, 3, and 4, where like all the characters we're seeing will appear in those games as well, and will more than likely have just as many moments to like show why they're a likable character.
Yes.
So wait a minute, the class could show up in the other game.
Yeah, basically,
The same class.
yes. This game basically.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah. This
So
game.
if someone wasn't given their time, it could give them
Yes.
later down. Okay.
Or it could be like, hey, I've already had a character moment. I've already had growth, but here's some more growth for me.
Most of the time, I wish like everyone would have like equal time to each other. You know, it would be weird if someone
There
is
is another
shining
thing.
more than others.
There
Especially
is
up there.
there is another thing in this game that allows you to like spend time with certain characters.
A social link?
Yes. In a sense,
Kinda?
yes.
Not really.
It's like a more of a link for like combat purposes in a sense, and it's also to fill up like their story segments in your book that you get.
Not good, yes.
So, like the side quest could lead to
Yes.
other. Okay, cool.
It's in a sense it is a side quest.
Hell yeah.
Because some of the side quests do give you those, and it's important to do all the side quests you can.
Oh my god, I want to punch him so hard. Oh no.
You're
I
not
want to punch him so
wrong.
hard. Oh, his face looked punchable though. the dude with the white.
The guy went,
dress.
Oh, him. Yeah.
Yeah, his face is very punchable.
What is this place?
It's great.
Also, only remember this place. You will be I will be coming back to this because it's important.
Ages ago.
The old schoolhouse.
Yeah, the old schoolhouse is really interesting to me, and it's very like a complex building.
Okay, I'll be honest. She's charming. I'll be honest.
She is very much charming. All this cast are charming in their
What
own
does she
rights
even
as
want
well,
us to do
Hell
here?
yeah.
which I really love. Like, okay, Guy with Glasses kind of comes off standoffish, but
Yeah.
he
that-
has his own charm.
Just like me. For real, for real.
Oh my god, Oni! He will be like you for real if you like fighting games.
Hell yeah. No, but seriously though, I like how they are wearing uniform, but everyone wearing it in a little bit different way, makes it special for each of them.
Yeah.
Well, there is a reason for that, as the instructor is about to tell us.
Oh, okay.
This place.
Yeah,
looks
the guy with the
haunted
glasses
here or
who
something.
comes across as standoffish. that was the character I was talking about, where I said that he initially comes off as a character that I don't really like, but I'm hoping later on he does get a moment where I start to like him more as a character.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, it kind of does.
And I'll be honest,
think
those
this
type
is
of
everyone
characters,
I've
it's
seen
hard
with
to
the red
give them
uniform
like
so far.
a really good arc. Usually, a writer flip or make a really good one, right?
Yeah.
I guess we really are part of the same class then.
Oh, I'm just gonna say this now. Thursday, I won't be streaming because I'm getting a tooth removed. This is my final tooth removal.
So,
Is it like from the back teeth or
One of the back teeth again. It's on the. It's on the right. It's the.
Did they remove the nerve? Or
They just
still working on
remove. They just remove the tooth completely. Like by the roots, they just remove it.
okay, fair enough.
And they're just always like, "Oh yeah, just chill. Don't eat anything for a couple of hours." They do give you something to say. If it's bleeding, put that in. I never do because I don't think it's bleeding. I just think that is just my saliva being bloody.
I think they're usually referring to like a cloth or a filling.
Yeah, like a cloth. And it's like, oh, and if you do start feeling pain, take headache tablets. I'm like, I always do that because I do start feeling that. Sometimes I just try to sleep it off because it does make me
Doesn't
tired.
work, right?
Does not work when you're in pain, no.
Yeah, of course. I plan to put placement.
Oh, here's the character like all my friends have pointed to.
Yeah.
It's
The
like,
moment I saw this character and I heard one of her lines, I was like, yeah, this seems like a Nobu character.
Ain't that the truth? Wait, when did you do any work?
I like the
You
guy
were
with the
just slacking
headband.
off the whole time.
You sound kind of dumb. I
the
like dumb
master
people.
slacker. Still, looks like Elisa's got some stiff competition.
Yes, he's a lazy ass. Let's go.
and then the line she just said, everyone pointed to, was like, that's a Nobu.
And I'm looking forward to getting intimately acquainted with you.
Yeah, that's one too.
Yep, there it is. Quite a bevy of beauties they've got there, and then I think it's the next line
Yeah.
she says.
Yeah. And I know, quite a too. That's a Nobu line.
So wait a minute, is
you know
that
one of 'em?
sexual harassment?
Yeah, there it is.
Wait, no,
The moment I
no,
saw
not
that, I was
these
like,
ones too. Stop
yeah,
flirting with
this
every
seems
damn
like a
girl you
character
lay
Nobu
eyes
would
on.
like.
I see.
Do you have any
sexual
idea how many guys at this school have gotten
It's
their
not
hearts broken
sexual
because of
harassment.
your libido?
I'll be honest. Hey.
Did you just sneer at me?
Okay, wait a minute.
Didn't you?
You don't shy about sexual stuff in this game, right? When the writing.
I don't think there
Come
are.
on now, no fighting, you two.
No, what I'm trying to say, like they are. I don't know how to describe it. They don't shy away when they are writing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, look
I
who
was
finally
laughing
made
at
it.
I was laughing at
Nice
what
work.
the boy with the bandana said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You got our little chickadees all sorted out. I take it?
Yeah.
Yep, they're all bright-eyed
Yeah,
and
this
ready
game
to
is
go.
this game is afraid to use words like that as well, by the way. So
So from here on
Yeah,
out, we're gonna have
I
to
felt
give
like
it all we've
the,
got to support
for
this
some reason I
special
thought
class.
it was the innocent type of game where they try to make it like clean writing wise, but I guess not. Really. I like it that way better.
Now you
sometimes
sound part of the student council
sometimes the
president.
writing is sometimes the writing most of the time the writing is clean, but then there are some times where the writing isn't as clean as you would have expected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guess she's going
I
on.
mean, that's kind of good. I think a lot of JRPGs are trying to be too clean for their own good. You know, it's fun
I
to
mean-
have like small stuff like that.
Yeah, it's fun to have fun, stuff like this in
They'd be
it.
in for a pretty rough time if we didn't help out a little. At least to start with, anyway. Everything's ready over there, right?
Yeah, but yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot more of the boy with the bandana in this game. I can tell you that much.
Yes, I like him.
Can't help but feel a little sorry for them, though.
Look at him, he's trying to look cool. He
Same
only
here.
stands on
They've
one
got
leg.
no
He's
idea
like,
what they're
he's
being
trying too
tossed
hard.
into. The class they've been picked for didn't even exist before this year. Guess all we can do is watch and see what they're made of, right?
Just like a senpai to say.
Hell yeah. Oh, look at those people. What a great amount of people.
Well, just like I was like, what a great amount of room in here. Spacious.
Hell yeah. Now all of you,
The name
push
is
up,
Sarah
100,
Valentine.
now!
I was like, oh man, 100 push-ups. I can
They're
do
gonna
this.
wish. They're gonna wish that's what they get asked to do.
It's like me, just like, oh, 100 push-ups. That's easy. 200 for that one.
Palestine.
Class 8 or no 7, Mike? Okay.
Seven.
7. Yeah, it's the Roman numerals for 7.
Yeah.
Glad to finally meet you.
Wait, class 7?
So that's why the uniforms are slightly different.
Yeah.
Because
I'm not sure I understand.
you have
I
normally
wasn't told
Paul's
anything
military
about this
academy
at the
has
moment.
5 classes: class 1 and 2 for nobility, class 3, 4, and 5 for commoners.
What about class 6?
There was no class 6. It just goes from class 5 to 7.
Yeah. 6 doesn't exist. I'm sorry, honey.
Huh.
They did.
Hmm.
I think they're aware. No, I think they're aware of that because they do like sort of touch upon it in the scene.
Excuse
There will
me,
be,
Instructor Sarah?
it will be like part of the story later down the line if I say
was
so
under the
myself.
impression that
But
there
who
were only
knows?
5 classes at this academy, and that students
Class
were
6
split
is
among
all
them based on their
rustlers.
social class and home region.
Right you are,
I don't
Miss
know
Top
why.
Scorer on
That's the
fourth
first thing
entrance
that comes to
exam.
my mind. I'm sorry.
Students in each year are divided
Because your
into
mind is on
classes,
fighting
2 for
games all the
nobility
time,
and
Moni.
3
That's
for
probably
commoners.
why.
Yeah, that's
And it's
a
been that
problem.
way
I'm
for
trying to
ages,
get
right
better
up through
one
last
day.
year.
No,
But
you're not.
this year,
He got me.
What do you...
Yeah, the golden glasses just said it there. The whole
now have
splitting
a
of
sixth
students
class.
based on their like social class.
But I think why they've done it, like why they classed it class 7, is because they've put the commoners and nobility together.
Yeah.
fittingly titled.
So again, the
Class
7th
7.
class is the
And
6th
in class 7,
class,
we
right?
recognize no distinction between nobles and
Yes.
commoners.
Wait, you
We now
just
have
jumped
6 in
straight from
class.
5 to 7?
And what does
Really
she
putting
say?
nobles
Yeah.
and commoners in
So
the
Sarah
same
says we now have
class?
6 class, and then she
Yeah.
says something along the lines of, and so we would decide to appropriately name it class 7.
Yes.
Fittingly titled
Class
class
7.
7. Just a pause.
This must
Just the
be some
pause
kind
there.
of joke.
The pause there is what makes me think they're aware of that.
Why is this the first
Yeah, yeah,
I've
yeah.
heard of it?
And maybe because by jumping one
Well,
number, it will be like it's a new category, maybe.
Yeah. Which would make sense, because again, this is a class with both nobles and commoners.
Machias Regnitz. And with all due respect,
Machias?
instructor, it's
Machias.
ludicrous to intermix
Machias.
nobles and commoners
Sorry.
like this. Must I be forced to spend my next 2 years shoulder to shoulder with those arrogant, stuck-up hedonists?
That's how I'm like for nobles in
No, I'm
games.
not the one who made the decision, right?
That's how Sulk is.
Don't tell me you're gonna start sympathizing with Maki.
No,
Yeah,
no,
don't
no,
you?
no. That's how
Okay.
like I like in D&D. That's just how sometimes am, because I'm just like, oh yeah, like one of my characters is kind of a noble in a sense, as they're the head of their own house, which is
Okay.
Scarlet Stormhallow. But then there's like Selk, who is completely different, who doesn't like nobles at all. But she would still like become friends with Scarlet, because Scarlet is on the opposite spectrum of how a noble is. They protect the innocent and is really down to earth.
Besides, what's the big deal anyway? You're all kids. Can't you all just get along or something?
She's not wrong.
Is it Just get along?
Yeah.
And how would you propose we do that?
Although Ezio said that
True. So, who are the
your
nobles
problem?
exactly? Like, do they tell us exactly, or?
yeah, some of them tell us if they are
Oh, nothing
noble or not, and then there are others that are choosing to keep it a secret for reasons.
Yes.
All right.
I just find the irony of your behavior.
Speaking of
I see.
nobles,
This guy is 100% a commoner.
Is that so? It seems the scion of some noble house has left the
anyway,
comfort
yeah,
of his
speaking
mansion
of
to
nobles,
grace
who
the
is this
unwashed
blonde-haired
masses with
boy
his
that we are
wisdom.
talking to?
Yeah, the commoner man, of course.
It's clearly Riku from Kingdom Hearts.
How? Like, why? His hair is not even white, bro! Come on!
Please, my lord, do share your esteemed name with us so I can give you all the respect you deserve.
Eustace Alberea.
Jesus Christ.
USS Alberea.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how Jesus can be pronounced Jesus.
Not that I expect the name of an arrogant, stuck-up hedonist to lodge itself
And
in
yeah,
your
you says
heart.
Albuera. He is part of the Albuera family, which is, if I'm not mistaken, the most noble family
Yeah.
in the entire continent.
Also, what I
The
like
most-
about
The
you,
most noble nobles that ever nobled in the
Well-
history of nobles.
what I like about Eustace here, he isn't being a stuck-up. Like, he could tell the commoner to grovel at his feet, but it's not like that. He's got more of a...
He come in a car. He just come in a literal car.
That doesn't mean he's stuck up. Like,
I disagree.
there are nobles that are very much more stuck up than Eustace is.
Yes,
yeah,
yes, I can attest to that. I can agree with that.
With him, he's more cool-headed. Like, he doesn't seem to be one to start fights.
He's definitely like, compared to most nobles that we'll be seeing in this game, he's definitely like different in terms of like how he chooses to present himself,
Yeah.
like despite his nobility.
Yes. Like, he just comes off as a very more like, oh, hey, yes, I'm a noble, but that's not important.
He's from one of the 4 great houses.
The son of Duke Alberea, lord of the Kreutzen province in the southeast.
Well, you don't get much more noble than that.
Interesting. I'd heard the rumors.
I like
just
how
like-
everyone will say the line. Yeah, the head of that house. Yeah.
And they get-
the third son. Yeah.
And it's like, huh? Who? What?
The one that played
Information-
basketball with me in 3rd grade.
if information that will be important for the game.
And yes, the most
You
important
don't
line.
necessarily
Jan.
need to know what it means right now, but it's important for later.
My other friends also pointed out that the silver-haired girl is also a noble character.
Yes, the character who I see more as a little sister, or I guess a noble is the case, a character that he would see more so as like a daughter or something.
In the sense that, no, just someone that I can ask where the best napping spots are. Because I can nap anywhere. I have done it.
Your family lineage means
Look, dude,
nothing to
school
me.
teach you how to nap everywhere or anywhere. Man, those discs became my bed, dude.
Oh, I
I'm
did that in
saying.
college, and people got like the tutor never got mad, but people in class did, and it was like, what? The tutor does not care. Because like a tutor I had, like knew I fell asleep, and just continued the class, and like when class ended, it was like, oh yeah, someone just wake up Nobu. Just like wake him up, please, because I don't think he's gonna wake up himself.
I'll never bend my knee to the likes of.
Oh, do it like after I spoke it to class. It's like, oh, okay. And then I have, and it's like, oh yeah, here's some work you need to do. And it's like, oh, thank you. And it's like, sorry for, I did apologize to him, but it's like, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, that's enough.
But sometimes in college you cannot, you know,
I'm sure a couple of you
be
have a few
at 100%
grievances,
every day.
but now's
So.
not the time.
Yeah.
I'll hear your complaints later.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
he does see me like buy coffee for class because he's like, oh yeah, no, that's like, it's fair to try to keep yourself awake, but there isn't a problem if you cannot.
Right now, you've got your orienteering exercise, and far be it from me to keep you from our fun little icebreaker.
You mentioned this orienteering exercise earlier? What
Yeah,
exactly
man,
does that involve?
he legitimately hates nobles, isn't he?
God, he has like silk.
Competition, isn't it? Something like a cross between a map reading exercise and a scavenger hunt?
Is that why they asked us to hand over our weapons at the gate?
Nothing gets by you, does it?
Oh yeah, as Sarah mentioned earlier on, the girl with the glasses scored the highest on the entrance exam.
Oh no! Wait a minute! Why is she bursting a button?
Yeah, just push his Oni in front of me. Oni, go first.
No! Please accept the button. I know buttons are dangerous. From experience.
And down we go.
Oh god, it's just you, me, and Cameron. Just Cameron.
Fuck your number. If only I had a grappling hook.
And now for me.
No, but for real, when she... Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Fucking guy.
I do like that. I do like that with the Silverhand go. It's like, yeah, no, I'm not falling for that. And then the instructor's just like,
come on.
Yeah, no.
No.
Just like disappointed in her.
She's not impressed at all.
What's the point in having an icebreaker if you don't make a couple of new friends?
Lame.
This is an ice break. Great.
Oh, just wait for it.
Man, fuck, this game has charisma, dude. What?
What just happened?
The floor
Oh yeah,
gave
the
out from
Silverhand
under
girl
us.
and the instructor sound. They definitely have charisma, but
Yeah, they know each
there's
other.
There's an icebreaker moment coming up that's definitely far from what I'm calling icebreaker.
Does this mean there's a series of catacombs beneath the school grounds then?
Catacombs? Give that catacomb.
Everyone just starts clapping, you know?
The woman thinks she's playing at.
Everyone just starts clapping. It's like, oh, get blazed or not. That was a bad pun, please. I took that from Kevin.
But hey, that was at least an icebreaker. You know?
Icebreaker, so let's break some ice.
Please don't tell us we'll fight like an ice golem or something like that.
That'd be pretty cool.
That's not what's going to happen.
That wasn't very ice of me.
Hey, Dan! Fall. Just fall, dude. Come on. We all fall. Just fall out with us.
I slowed down. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Reen, are you...
Meanwhile, speaking of characters that fell down at the icebreakers, what happened to Rita there?
That's it.
Easy now. Hands where she can see them.
Rita's being very careful. Also, I like how Reen has like weird straps on his legs. on his trousers.
Yeah. Like the weird Guilty Gear belts.
Yeah. Oh my god. That means him and Gallantmon are going to be in the next Guilty Gear game because they have
Of course,
belts.
Noble. Of course, that'll happen.
I do like how Reed is immediately aware of the situation and
Yeah.
is like keeping his hands as far away
As
from
far
Yes.
away as he can.
Yeah.
Look, man, sexual harassment allegations is a serious deal, bro.
Sexual harassment. It's
I'm
not
just
sexual
saying,
harassment.
allegations, dude, allegations.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that.
He should say thank you.
I'm just glad you're okay. That's what's really important here, right?
That was a weak animation, though.
Oh, you have to do it like this. Slaps on it. Oh, he just slaps the ground.
No, boys, that's not no Slap City yet. Believe me, when we reach it, I will stab your ass so hard.
I slapped you in the face.
Well,
The fuck?
hit the bottom. Things can only improve.
Look, man, making people uncomfortable is part of the job, okay?
Everyone has a kink. all these kink is to make people uncomfortable.
Hey, come on, not that much. I do it for
Not
people
that
who wrong
much.
me.
Anyway,
Ah,
I was wondering the same thing.
So when are we fighting the ice golem?
There is no ice golem.
I just feel it, bro. I'm just saying.
you'll be chill to the bone if you do. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
That's why no one will link with you, no.
It's coming from the devices we received with the Academy guidebook.
That's just mean.
I like how the guidebook technically is just like a phone. And it
I don't
says as
think,
well.
It's like a clock, right?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay, no, that's not.
It's basically a communication device with extra add-ons.
Seems to be
Yeah,
some
it's
sort
a-
of portable
It's a
ordnance.
communication device. It's not a notebook or like
Yeah.
a class notebook, anything like that. It's what these are. These are meant to be overbits.
Yeah.
These overbits act as communication devices, but they are also what allow you to use quotes. Quotes
Yes.
being the items we were talking about earlier that allow you to use over arts. So they are essentially your
They're basically your material holders.
yes.
That's easier to compare to with Final Fantasy VII. They're your material
Thank you,
holders.
thank you. I was gonna say like equipment, but yeah, that works too. That works too.
Is that Miss Valentine?
So these devices have built-in communication
And yeah, as
functionality then?
they also mentioned that these overbits are a little bit different from the standard issue overbits that all of the other force military academy students receive.
Mhm.
These overbits are referred to as Arcus units, I believe,
Mhm.
which is how everybody is able to link up with each other and perform those link attacks that
Yes.
we saw earlier.
That's why when you hear someone using an art, you will hear them say Arcus engage.
Oh.
Don't tell me these things are.
What? They even put that? Okay, that's interesting, I'll be honest.
Mm.
New model battle ordnance made through a partnership between
Yeah, the writers are not like they're not joking around.
I think that the Epstein Foundation and the Reinford Company do come up more in the series.
Yeah, the company more so in the Cold Steel series than any other series, I believe.
Yeah.
But C. Epstein definitely comes up a couple of times as well because I believe he was the pioneer for Obo technology.
Yes, I think so. It would make sense.
Yes.
Arcus.
So these are battle ordnance. That means they'll allow us to use arts,
Yeah,
right?
Arcus units. There you go.
Yep.
Sure will. Just set a quartz into one of its slots and you can use arts all the live long day. Which is why I prepared enough quartz for each and every one of you.
Next to all your equipment.
The weapons you brought are all here too.
Yep.
Each
So
packaged neatly along a little
yeah,
path
so
with
everybody
tape
gets their like weapons and things like that back, as well as one master quartz for each of them. Now, master quartz are sort of different from your standard quartz. Master quartz is
and try setting the quartz
like
into your
the basis for like your. It's like the basis for like your character and stats. I want to say.
And each are unique to the characters. You can switch them around if you want, but I don't think it's really.
It's only
Advice?
it's
Advice,
only
yeah.
important for.
Sorry, I don't think it's advised to swap around people's own chords. Like the sub chords. Yes.
Not only on anyway,
I
not only
suppose
on
it can't
anyway,
hurt to
but
try.
No.
it is important for if and when you want to like level up or build your characters a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
I think the game does explain master quartz as well. So suppose it can't hurt to try. Well, we won't be able to advance until we do so otherwise, blue head girl. So
That one.
Oh, I see mine over there. Let me just go grab it, okay?
Will they show us each of people's weapon or?
Yeah.
only when they have joined your party.
I know this is a military academy, but I didn't think they'd throw us into battles quite this quickly. She even told us to get our courts all set up to. What in the world is she planning on throwing us into? Good, my blade seems undamaged. I'm not particularly adept with orbital arts, but it may be the best to have some prepared regardless.
Let me voice the cool guy. Or the Galaxis man. Which one? I'm okay with this.
Actually, I think for this one we probably should because we have
Yeah,
to
but
like.
before. Oh. The future's looking bleak. It sure is.
Galaxis time. Let's go. Come on, just talk some. Bah! Why do I have to put with this?
Okay, that's all he says.
That's my line. That's the final line I said in this game. Please remember me.
Illustrious instructor seems to fond of touring with others. Huh, this is pretty useful. Should test it out and see what it can do. Pain. I don't have much experience with power armaments myself. I'll do as we're instructed for now, though. I never really have talked to everyone, so I didn't know if they had a line of dialogue.
So I just checked. Apparently, in this series, even shop owners change their line from point to point in the game.
That's
Oh yeah, that's one other thing about this series is that NPCs will like change what they say based on the time in the game, like based on like your progression, like the story and everything.
Is it all the NPCs or just specific to NPCs?
I believe it's all the NPCs, yes.
Oh,
so not
God
just the
damn.
shopkeepers, not just the shopkeepers, like townsfolk and other students. So
a general term for mechanical devices is that extract orbital energy from septum and use it to generate magical effects and enhancements. Power Arcus, a personal use device that can harness orbital energy in a variety of ways depending on the quartz in it. Since they're tailor-made for their users, the ornament's interior structure varies from one unit to another. Quartz, crystal circuit. A circuit made from septum fragments called Seraph. Well, Sepith, not Seraph. Certain ornaments harness a variety of powers and properties. Master Quartz, a special kind of quartz can be set in the center of the Nur Arcus power ornaments. These quartz are stronger and more adaptable than regular quartz, and by fighting battles with one and setting armament, it will level up and gain new abilities. Master Quartz growth example, Force. As you see, you gain 5 CP for every enemy killed, you gain 15 CP for every enemy killed, and gain 50 CP when reduced to critical HP once per battle. You also gain Firebolt and Impassion.
Yeah, so Force is a Master Quartz that emphasizes CP usage more than anything, which will
Which really fits Reen. Set the Master Quartz into Reen's Argus. Quartz can be set in the armament section of the camp menu. We do here, we go to Quartz, Master Quartz, Force. As you see, the ones that have special things, like the unopened ones, you can just put any quartz, but ones with that white thread and then white, those are set for quartz that are of that color.
Yeah, so if it's a red slot, that's for a red or fire quartz.
Yeah.
There are also, when we get when other Prime members join us and we get to customize their ornaments, we'll see that they have special slots as well for
for their quartz.
Earth, wind, water, and mirage, time, and chaos or whatever.
Yes.
And in order to open up more slots on your ornament, you need to go to an orbital factory / a shop and go into modify / exchange to open the slots, which it doesn't cost money.
It just costs the crystals that you have.
Yeah, the Septef.
That's what the Septef are for. It's upgrading your Arcus.
It's for upgrading your ornament, and it's for creating and making more quartz that you can use for battles.
Yes.
What in the world?
Another game that this company made, I forget the name of, also has this kind of system. But
the company that made the Legend of Heroes series?
Not Legend of Heroes, but it's a game that's separate on its own. Where they do the same system, but those crystals are not magic, but more increasing your strength, your HP, your speed, your defense.
The Yeast series?
Not Yeast, no. I've played it on stream before. I think it's Tokyo something. The game begins with Tokyo, and then I just can't remember it.
Tokyo Mirage Session.
No, it's not that.
I'm sorry, I needed to say that.
Is it?
It's made by the same company, you said?
Yeah, I think it's made by the same company.
So Nihon the Falcon. I don't know much about their video game history, so I can't quite answer the question right now for you, Nobu.
It's fine. I've got a couple of their games on my PlayStation. Mostly being the Trails and the Yeast series.
Anyway, since you've got your Arcus all set up and ready to go, here's what I want you to do. When you step through that door, you'll be in an underground testing area. Basically, it's a dungeon. It's pretty large and full of twists and turns. I'd almost guarantee you'll get lost at least once. But when you find the exit, you'll be able to return to the first floor of this old schoolhouse. There are monsters wandering around, though, so don't let your guard down, even for a moment. With all that said, let's commence our special orienteering exercise. Your objective is to make your way through this area and back to the surface. Make it back in one piece, and I'll be happy to field any complaints you might have. If you make it back safely, I might even give you a kiss. Free of charge. On the cheek, of course.
Fucking Oni just runs through the door.
Let's go!
Oh, for fuck's sake. I see we got Leroy Jenkins in our class.
What would your weapons be if you were in this class?
Oh, good fucking question. Mm.
I think a lot of swords been taken, so I may not choose a sword.
Yeah, as much as I would want to pick like maybe I don't know dual wield swords or like a katana, I think there's already plenty of that in the class already.
I would go with a
Maybe-
scythe. Just how I am.
I'd probably go with like knuckles or fisticuff
Oh,
fisticuffs or
yeah.
something like
Fuck,
that.
you took mine, shit! You said it before me, no!
I was like, my experience in fighting games mean nothing now.
Me nothing now! I'm stuck with... I'll be honest, you know what? A big axe, why not? Or a hammer. Oh, yeah. It's my style, okay? I'm a tank.
Clef Anderson.
Yeah, for real though, for real.
And just where do you think you're going? Were you planning to wander off on your own without
Come
saying
here, you noble fucking...
It's like, oh god, they're starting again. And that's my cue to split. Just like runs past you. It's like, I'm
Fuck
on.
this shit about.
I have no interest in becoming friends with anyone here, and I'm surprised that you, of all people, give a damn what I do. Unless you've suddenly decided you do want to keep company with one of those.
Look at him
stuck-up
being nice
heathens,
toward
after all.
those noble people.
Yeah, get used to this, by the way. Get used to this, by the way, folks. We're gonna have to deal with this all the way up until chapter 2.
If you're afraid of monsters,
It's
suppose I
okay.
can accompany you.
At the end.
What kind of
you see.
Erebonian noble would I be if I didn't have at least some degree
I'm
of
lying, they
prowess
will
with
not
the
guess.
sword?
I know them. I know they can't.
No.
And noblesse oblige.
They will become old men and they will still start fighting shit, start
If
shooting
I
each other.
remember correctly, because I have seen parts of this game ahead of time before I actually got to them. If I remember correctly, I don't think there is actually like a kiss or romance scene in this game that is until.
Oh?
I mean, there is like. There is hints of romance in this game, but it doesn't quite lead to the characters confessing their love or kissing until like the next game or the game after. So Cold Steel 2, 3, and 4.
Perfectly capable of taking care of myself.
But you can like
Outdated classes just
you
drag
can if
me
you want
down.
you can if you want to like spend time with certain characters and that will lead into like something later on.
So there is no actual romance in this game at all?
No,
you
not,
choose a girl and try to romance her.
you can choose a girl and choose to spend time with that character, and there'll be like hints, I guess, but will actually turn into a full bloom, or it will turn into a full bloom like romance until the second game, Cold Steel 2.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
The only thing we can do.
Yeah,
We
knowing
should begin exploring
Knowing
these ruins
Nobu,
ourselves.
who has said on multiple occasions which character he likes, he's probably going to be spending the most amount of his time with the blue-haired girl.
I thought he would try to romance the teacher.
I believe it would be prudent to remain in small groups, however.
Is it an option? Please
Would
tell
the
me
two
it's
of
an
you have
option.
any
For real though.
objections to
I
accompanying
think it is. I mean, you can't choose to spend time with
Ah,
the
cheeky
instructor.
bastard.
You can't choose to spend time with the instructor.
No,
I'm-
that's fine.
I'm not
It'd be a huge
100%
help,
sure if
actually.
spending time with her
And you're welcome
will
to join
allow
us
her
as-
to be a choice/option for the moment I'm thinking of later on.
Suppose that's a no.
Okay.
Perhaps
We'll
we'll
see.
run into her along the way, and she can join
Most
us
of the
then.
class just left. Come on, dude.
I already left.
Shall we be off?
To be fair, I'm the first one
I'm
who
certain
ran
you
toward
gentlemen
the
will be
exit.
fine,
So.
but do take care.
Meanwhile, I'm choosing to stay behind and be the smart motherfucker that chooses to go with a group.
Wise choice, Alberio. Wise choice.
Who needs a group when you have that size?
You need a group when you have apps. Oh my god. She's still angry about that. You already stabbed the man, dude. Come on.
Such a odd first impression there, huh?
Yeah.
You can say that again.
Yeah.
I'll
Hold
have to
that
clear
thought.
things
She
up with
bears a
her later.
grudge at us for an entire month.
It's not
Oh,
really.
sheesh.
No, she doesn't. It's like she tries to find time to apologize, but
But she's
Anyway,
stubborn about
how do you
it.
guys
She's
wanna
stubborn
do this?
about it and chooses to like ignore him for most of the part, which leads
the three
to
of us stick
them
together
not
too?
making up until an entire month later.
Sounds good to me. I'd get pretty anxious wandering around a place
We'll
like
fix
this
something for
alone.
later.
Yeah,
Oh, it'll definitely be later.
Questions here.
I can tell you that
Be
much
happy to
now.
accompany you.
Well, hopefully, but no. If it was a month, that implies in the world time. It's been a long time when she tried, and maybe she tried, but merely failed or being stubborn about it. Look at this lance, though. Look at this. Oh, it's cool.
it's not a lance.
It's not a lance. A herbold?
I just
It's a
arrived in the
spear, I
Empire,
think.
so
It's a spear.
any help you can
Oh,
offer
okay.
would be much
Lances are more like you're able to hold them into your hand more than anything.
But with spears,
Tomato,
tomato. With spears, they also act as like throwing weapons, and I think some abilities he gets later on have him for his lance at people or enemies, I
Oh,
should say.
so you're from abroad. I'd been wondering. My name's
And
Reed
yeah,
Rosen.
this is
It's nice to
this
meet
is
you.
guys who isn't originally from the Empire. He was born and raised in the North Highlands, which is
I'm
to
always
the
trained.
northeast of the Arabonian Empire. Empire,
So,
if I remember correctly.
You fight with
You
that?
could even say it's the Middle East.
Of course. Why else would I be carrying it?
Come on, come on, though. It's kind of obvious, though, right?
I know you.
Looks kind of awesome.
Think of it as combining the best parts of a spear and a poleaxe.
But
I
yeah,
am.
if Guy is
I'm
building
okay
a
with
lance. If
Yeah.
Guy is building a lance, his like physical attacks will be
Piercing.
will be
Or thrust damage. It's thrust damage,
thrust.
but basically
Weapons.
piercing.
I have to say, yours
yeah,
looks
it's
pretty
fast.
unique.
So that'll be important for in a bit when we learn about
Is it
how to unbalance
a
enemies.
Wait,
And Elliot,
no,
meanwhile,
it's
is
It's a
will be-
healer. He's a healer. I feel
Yeah,
it.
It's an herbal staff.
He's pretty much the
Texas for
support.
three
The
reasons.
support character
one's
that
still a
heals
prototype.
and does
Back
good
during
magic
enrollments,
damage.
They told me I had some aptitude
Also,
for
he
it,
have
so
attack-
when it came
well,
time to
attack,
choose, I just sort
skills
of
too.
ran with it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Assuming you
Never seen anything like
decide to customize him that way, because again, you can switch
Naturally,
out
he doesn't
your-
have any options.
You could
Still in
get
development,
well, like
apparently,
you could
so
change his
there aren't
chords.
too
You
many
could change
around
his
just yet.
chords at any time, so long as he's in your party. So if you want him to be like a mage, a healer, or both, you certainly have
That
those
said,
options.
I'm curious about what you've got there, Reen.
Oh, my sword?
So, I'm sorry again. I'm trying to understand more about this game.
Yeah, but
So
what
each
kind of
character
sword is
could
it?
be customizable. I'm trying here. Sorry.
It's different from
You
the
could
kind of sword I
customize their
thought the
skills,
people in the
yes,
Empire
to
used.
have
No,
their
to that level to
It's
make
an
like
Eastern
a
style
whole
sword
character
called
be
the
magic attack
Anyway,
only,
you
and
slice
another
it, though, it's
character
basically a
slash
longsword.
attack only.
essentially yes.
Wow, that's
But the game will
beautiful blend.
definitely nudge you into going with certain like builds, as it were,
They're
for
renowned for
the
layering of their
characters,
steel and the
because-
sharpness of their edge.
because it's
Truth
clear
be
that
told,
this
though,
is
I'm
what
still a
this
little
character
hesitant
excels
to be
at, or
swinging
what that
around something
character
this
excels at.
Seriously?
Atachi,
That's
that's
what
it called.
hesitant looks
That's
like.
what it's
All
called.
that
Thank you,
confidence
Wade.
will make you unstoppable.
Well, you sound like a good guy to have around when the going gets tough.
And yeah,
Speaking of
its
which,
weapon of choice is a
standing around long
Tachi,
enough.
as he just said,
Yeah.
which
Getting ourselves into trouble.
If I wasn't wrong,
I
it's
think
the
I can manage
long,
that.
like
You
long
saw it
type of
yourselves.
custom.
Trouble has a way of dropping in on me.
is think so.
Let's take it slow and steady, though.
But yeah,
So-
he
We
so
adapt to each
usually
other's
they
fighting
are,
styles to really gel as a team.
Usually, at least from what I read, the hilt and the blade should be the same
Legend.
size,
Yeah.
but it's okay.
And guys join the party. Yep, this
Yay.
is just telling us about changing the leading party. Leading the party,
But
or
I'll
in
be
the field
honest,
posing.
those, those pictures for them are really
Yeah,
legit.
they're really good. Are they changed out throughout the other games as well?
Oh,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
get more clothes or they change style or
They look a lot older.
Yeah, they
Hell
get
yeah.
they get older and their clothes change as well. But actually, on that topic, you do actually get to like change their outfits in this game as well.
Yes.
Um,
Yep, and here's what we're talking about. Yep. Triple advantage, walk into a fainted enemy, covers same bonus, double advantage, all enemies also take damage. It's like double advantage, walk into a stunned enemy, come first, same bonus as advantage, each ally also gains 10 CP. Advantage, allies take their turns earlier than they ordinarily would. It's like standard, no handicap or bonus. Enemy advantage, enemies attack first, fire order and formation are changed, and all combat links are servered. Now, combat links come up later, but there are the things that we did in the start of this game. That's what they were. That's what they were in the opening.
You always want to try and aim for a double advantage, or at the very least a double advantage, just because the 10 CP you gain in a fight will be useful for if you're something that likes to spam craft abilities,
And
like me.
I think Gaius is good against the flying feline. Oh, sorry,
Yes,
I used to call them Gale Cats because that's what flying felines in Final Fantasy are called.
Yeah, they established in this part of the game that Gaius is good for like flying enemies or like insect type enemies because I think they tend to be like weak or very susceptible to like frost attacks, as it were.
Yes. And the song that's playing is called Arcus Activate. Or Arcus Engaged. I don't remember, but this is like one of the best battle themes I've heard. It's got a really good beat.
Yeah, I hear it. It's really good.
Yeah, the characters
I
at
like
the top
that-
of
I like how there is like some
That's
flower.
what they're called.
Yeah. Turn order, and then turn bonuses. They're like different, which we'll see. Yep. HP heal, recover 10% of max HP. HP heal 50%. Yep, those heal. Then the EP heals do the same thing, but with EP, the CP things give you more CP. Critical makes all your damages very much more critical. While attacks and heals are more effective, and they will always unbalance anyway, so they would knock them down in the turn order. Step up is like still step up from the target, and then arts don't cost any EP or casting time, which is very useful.
This explanation page, like, it looked like you could find it in an actual TTRPG book, right?
Yeah. Also, you can see the enemy.
That was probably the intent because you can like go into your notebook and a few past tutorials at any point, I believe. So.
If you select an enemy, it's like the character's attack range, the character will not attack, only move to where the icon is displayed. Yep, so there's attacking ranges. And as we can see what they're weak to, and I believe they're weak to fire.
Yes, they are. That's actually something to bring up. The flying felines,
I don't have
they are
any,
weak to fire, but in order to, if you want to know how they are weak to fire, you would either one, look it up, or two, you would scan the enemy. You would usually scan the enemy with like an analysis ability, or you would use a item called a battle scope to analyze and scan the enemy.
Although battle scopes can fail.
Can they?
Yeah, they can. I think in Trails of Zero and Trails of the Sky, they have been known to fail.
Okay, well, I haven't seen or experienced anything like that in Trails of Cold Steel so far, so I think they fixed that for this game.
Also,
Fake fuck.
Yes. Why I know they are weak to fire is because Gaius has an icon under him. His master ornament gives him Hawkeye. I believe it's called.
Is it the S in his icon?
Oh no! It's the little icon that's with the 2. It's like there below him.
Oh yeah.
So if you remember, Reed's Master Quartz Force allows him to gain 5 CP when he kills an enemy.
Yes.
Gaius' Master Quartz, so Falco, gives him the Insight status condition, which
we can see what they're
allows
weak
him
to.
See
For 2
enemies' weaknesses and weaknesses.
For 2 turns.
Yeah, but only for Gaius.
Only for Gaius.
Oh, okay.
Yep, crafts. You can use these points to perform crafts. Crafts are special combat skills unique to each character, which is awesome, and new crafts are gained by leveling up. Everyone is unique. Gale Stinger, really good. Because it hits everyone. Well, it can hit everyone.
Well, it hits everybody in a straight line.
And Resounding Beat is also really good.
Oh, yes.
The sounding beat gives defense up and regen, which, trust me, if you're playing on hard difficulty, is very useful.
Are the buff in this game as important as something like Persona or Shin Megami Tensei?
I mean,
because sometimes, at least in Shin Megami Tensei,
it depends. It depends. I would say no. I would say Cold Steel is not overly dependent on buffs and debuffs, but they do help significantly, especially if you're playing on like a harder difficulty, for example.
So you don't need to make sure that you are buffing your ally.
Lurking around here.
I hate to
No,
tell you,
but it does
sounds
help
more
again.
further in.
Of course, against like hard
just stay
bosses,
alert.
it will help more than like normal enemies.
Yeah.
Yep, and that voice records list delay. The last 50 active voice lines heard, allowing you to reread them or listen to them again. The monster guide automatically records information on monsters you fought, serving as a valuable reference, but can be accessed via the touchpad or by choosing no and selecting the relevant tab from the camp menu.
Or in my case, it's just another completion check mark that I have
Yeah.
to fill out, to complete the game 100%.
Yes, and
Rest in peace, Carmen. Rest
yeah,
in peace.
fighting a given type of enemy gradually unlocks information about them. The battlescope item, as well as certain arts and crafts, can unlock all information at once.
Though, I'll be honest, there's a lot of information at the start of the game. Okay. Oof.
I meant to pick that. Yep, Sepith. God, my brain instantly just wants to go, call it this. Call it Seraph. It's like, no, that's not right. And we get a bunch of them. Yeah, it's a time, space, and Mirage. Okay.
Okay, time, space, for watch. Video game.
Time and space. Dialga and Palkia.
I love Digimon. It is my favorite game series.
Yeah, I love Digimon. I love how
Seems to be a treasure chest
Digimon can one-shot Pokemon.
Of course, especially when, especially because Pokemon have
Nido shot.
fusion with the Pokemon to create a new
By the way,
Pokemon.
something to know about treasure chest. We won't see it now, but we will see it later on. I think the earliest being chapter 1.
Mhm.
You don't get mimics, but you do get trapped treasure chests, or rather, treasure chests that do give you something, but you need to fight.
You
a
have to
battle
fight a battle
before
first,
you
yeah.
get it. Yeah.
And that's really fun because it's like giving you XP and an item afterwards.
And does the treasure chest enemies, the traps, give a lot of HP or just like a sniper?
They give a good amount.
Yeah. Most likely, let's give it a try. And then it tells you the court. There are several varieties of quartz that can be used with Arcus Ornament. Aqua Blade enables the use of Aqua Blade art. Fireball uses the Fireball art. And then there's quartz that increase your starts like max HP plus 500 and evasion plus 10. And then there's quartz with multiple functions, mostly rare quartz. Recover HP while walking around enables the use of tier and Terra arts. Those ones are really good though. And Armin, we could give Rean Needle Shoot.
Okay, that's a legitimately good looking menu.
Yes. Although
I like the spinny thing. It's just cool.
yeah. Well, Cannon gives you Tear and Aqua Blade.
Yeah.
Can't give anything to Gaius because of Falco gives him Airstrike and the beginning the bell. Yeah, it's like I called it Falcon Eye, which kind of makes sense because I didn't remember the name.
It makes sense.
I will give this to Elliot so far. Because it's best to give him more abilities to do something.
Yeah.
I could give it to Reen, but like,
It's like Reed isn't much for mage.
No.
Like he has an okay magic attack stat, but I use it more for like physical.
Yes.
That I do physical or like miscellaneous. Like maybe I don't know if I'm like.
It looks like
buffs
a.
or- buffs, or if I'm like exploring the map or something, because you do get certain quotes like that. Evasion as well, I think.
Yeah. Evasion is good. Evasion I will give to Gaius because it's a green slot. And
yeah.
It would be. It's perfect for him.
So, question. Do you need to use Ren? Or could you, like, change the team to be not use Ren?
You don't need to use Reen, but like,
Oh, okay.
it's up to you. I like Reen as a character, but like
Yeah, I'm
everyone's.
just saying, I'll forcing you to use him.
I
next time, or-
mean, I would say Reed for the most part is pretty much mandatory in all fights.
Yeah.
That he's in, but there are some fights and moments in the game where like we cannot fight on the front lines.
Yeah, or Reen is just unavailable.
Yeah.
This could be a lifesaver. We find ourselves flagging after a turf battle. Flagging? Huh. There, top out. Never heard the term flagging before like that used. Yeah, we should come back here and rest if we need to. Just to be on the safe side.
Elliot, do you have like a white flag stashed in your pants or something?
Yeah? Why do you ask? Oh my god, Alien. Why do you need that? It's because like I don't like fighting. It's like, huh. You can wrap it around your arm like a bandage. Bandage.
No, that will look intimidating.
Oh my god, Elliot. No, it won't. I don't think physical attacks are going to be very effective against that monster. I think you're right. We need to rely on the arts this time. Yep, got it. Like I say, attacking with my elbow staff has basically the same effect as an art, just without any casting time. So if worst comes to worst, I should just be able to run up and smack it. Oh really, I can see that thing coming in handy. Well, we're counting on you to lead the charge then. Here goes nothing.
I've got this.
Oh!
Do it, man!
And if I remember correctly, I think
I don't think it's weak to Elliot. No, they're not. They're not that very weak to them.
You can use another character to attack from the.
I think
you can use another character to attack from the back.
Yeah, I think Green's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, Green's better.
Okay, so like if you can't get the triple advantage and you're unsure what to do, just try to like go for a double advantage if you can.
Yep, attack arts, support arts, basically. Kind of explain those.
Yeah.
They're effective against enemies with high vision or resistance to physical attacks. And support
Now-
used to buff and heal and augment allies.
Now, if I remember correctly, I believe these enemies are actually weak to earth, so the fact that we gave Elliot a needle shoot.
They're
was
more
actually
weak to
very useful.
fire. Like war armors
Oh,
deal
then
normal
fire-
damage, wind arts only deal 80% damage of their normal damage. Fire arts will deal 155 of their normal damage. Discover which elements an enemy is weak against to finish them off quickly.
Okay, well, Earth still does like. Earth still will still deal
Yeah,
more
Earth
damage
will,
than
yeah,
water.
Earth
so
will do.
Earth and fire.
Earth and fire is good.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
And I can hit them with Gale Stinger to help out with damage.
My turn.
It doesn't do much, but like it still helps.
Yeah. In modes
And
like
it's stunned.
in modes like this. Did you?
It stunned one of them.
Okay, nice. I was about to say, in moments like this where like you know physical attacks aren't going to do a whole bunch, it's best to like look at the enemies like status resistances, just to see if you can like maybe try to land a status condition. I think these enemies have like 5% resistance to like stun, but I was really lucky for Nobu to get like a stun. Just like
Oh,
just
heal
again.
over. It's like it's not good with the EP like
okay.
stuff.
So I'm cutting off real quick.
Mhm.
Usually in those games does they have like a lot of dungeons crawling?
What?
Dungeon crawling?
Yeah.
What about dungeon crawling?
No, I'm just saying in those games, in the Tale series or in general. In the Tale series at least. Does they have a lot of dungeon crawling,
sure
or
we're
is
not
it
going in
like
circles.
small dungeons and then you could continue the story after that? Or do you need to?
Oh yeah, this anime. Oh god.
Dungeon. Try to think. Like, there are.
Monster, huh? Looks like that shell can take a real beating. Might be pretty tough to take it down. Agreed. We need to keep our wits about against this one. We should probably give it everything we got: arts, and crafts, and clothing. And see what works best. And we keep away from that thing for now. Because it's not
I
gonna
wouldn't
turn.
really I wouldn't necessarily call it dungeon crawling, but it's just sort of like, well, I mean, you are exploring what
okay.
is essentially a dungeon filled with like enemies and treasure chests and whatnot. But they also sort of like
Yeah, let's go,
connect with each other. Like they all like connect in some way or another to like sort of resting areas. So. It's
Yeah.
like there was a lot of it like in the Trails series.
Yeah, and here's fucking the status board.
Yep.
Okay, now for real though, could you finish the game without giving enough attention for those? Is it possible? Could you beat the game without?
dungeon crawling?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Shit.
I don't
Okay,
know.
that will be scary though.
Like, why? If you want to go see a challenge in one of this game, go for it. I'm not gonna stop you.
I want to try to get like S rank in it, all the chapters.
That's what I'm thinking so far. So yeah, all the status conditions.
There's ranking in this game?
hmm It's for like side quests and everything you do.
The poison, that's self-explanatory. Seal, when the afflicted unable to attack. Mute, when the unable to use arts. I haven't
Yeah.
seen that yet. My picture.
Well,
Blind, self-explanatory, and it is annoying when it happens to you. Sleep renders the afflicted unable to act, but also allows all damage down to that to be a critical,
Yeah.
which is useful, but it also wakes them up. So you kind of have to like think twice about that.
Burn, very explanatory on that. Like deals major damage at the end of the its turn. Freeze, unable to act, deals medium damage at the end of their turn. Petrify reduces the effect, renders the afflicted unable to act with a third chance to be okayed when attacked. Faint renders the affected unable to act. All damage dealt to them is critical. The afflicted attacks both enemies and allies indiscriminately. Death blow, a one-hit KO. Nightmare afflicts the target with sleep and bestows a random status ailment when they awaken.
So just to add that to the burn, the status condition, it deals major damage at the end of the afflicted's turn. It isn't like it doesn't last for multiple turns, like say poison.
Yeah. Oh,
But
and then
it
there's
can still be useful in certain situations, so don't like disregard it. Especially if it like happens to you or your party members or whatever.
Clearly forces the afflicted to wait longer for their next turn. Vanish template remove the afflicted from the battlefield and reduce their EP to 0. Renders the afflicted more likely to be unbalanced. Link break severs the afflicted action combat link. Link cannot be restored while this effect persists. Decreases the attributes corresponding within the display icon. Increases the
Strength,
attributes.
defense,
Yeah.
ATS, AT, defense.
Yeah, basically. Increases the attribute and corresponding within the displayed icon. Increases ACC and EVA by 50%. That's insight, and renders the imbued 10% more likely to unbalance a foe. HP regret, and very understandable. It just allows you to restore HP on each turn. CP, same thing. CP regain. You just CP each turn. Physical immunity nullifies the next physical attack received, and then Art Reflect does the same but with magic. And KO just reduces you to HP. To 0.
In other words, when you die and you have
No.
to use a reviving bomb to revive them. No, Phoenix down. That's completely separate universe.
These guys are super susceptible to fire damage. Really weak to it.
Yeah, yeah, they have. They're quite. Yeah, they unfortunately have.
Would they still enough?
Hmm?
Would they still a lot? Yeah.
All right.
And
Oh,
Gale Stinger.
Correct.
No, but can I see the status page again?
Oh, what for the enemies?
Yes, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, sorry.
So the higher the number is the
Higher the number means
Higher the higher
is
the
the
number,
resist
the more
is this the
damage.
number of the resist or weakness or what exactly?
higher the number of the weakness means more damage they've dealt to.
So in this
the-
case, this case, wind or fire is 170, which means fire damage will, which means that fire over odds will do more damage.
Yes.
Yeah, but fire is 100, right?
170.
100 means that 100 will mean that it will do a standard amount of damage.
Yeah. And 170 will do more. We'll do like 70 more.
Okay. I
I'll be
was
back.
looking at the stats effect. I was looking at the elements. Okay, makes sense.
Think of the 100 as the like sort of neutral point. And
And
like
the higher
number-
is the higher you give damage. Yeah. Okay.
yeah. And if the number is lower than 100, that means the more resistance
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm back.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Just target this one.
Here we go. There.
Nice.
Leave it to me.
Could you hit the other three?
I probably could, but they're not. I don't think they're not.
You had killed
Oh, that
them
one.
if you-
Yeah. Oh, missed. Re-countered. Good. And we can kill these ones. There we go.
So if we encountered, he go back to the top of the turn order.
Re-countered. I think Rin was going next anyway, but since
Oh.
that enemy died, its attack was used up. The sounding beak don't really need defense up at the moment.
Yeah. You could just attack with him, right? Like a normal attack, because all
Yes.
those monsters are stunned and weak.
They won't hit. I can only hit this one. Let them. Will they Elliot?
Leave it to me.
Would Gale Stinger hit? Yeah, Gale Stinger would hit all.
Together, we're unbeatable.
And I get a lot of XP for that.
Good job. The better you do, the more
The
XP you get,
better
right?
you do, yes.
Elliot, are you okay?
I don't see any obvious injuries.
I'm okay. I was just so relieved the fight was over. The strength kind of just left my legs. I'm amazed how calm you two are. You don't seem tired or worried or anything.
Guys, Elliot is having a
guess
heart
I'm just
attack.
used to fighting monsters like these.
Again.
No, I'll be fine. It was just a momentary lapse on my part. I can get up. And there we go.
Look out.
Elliot!
What?
No!
What?
Looks like I made it just in time. Thank Adios for that.
Let's go!
You said your
Chad,
name was
Chad.
Marcus,
Incarnated, big.
right? That's right.
Say it, that's my name. Yes, don't wear out, please.
Yes,
To
I
realize
shot
that
this
I
bug.
shouldn't have just
No
stormed
scoop.
off like I did. I let that arrogant noble goad me into losing my composure. On impulse.
I can see why Cameron doesn't like Machias.
It's alright.
It's like, I'm just gonna say he does get better, but like, at the start you're like, yeah, okay, Machias, enough.
It's okay. Bunch of nobles shot his family.
Foolishly, and I hope you can forgive me for it.
No sweat. Water under the bridge.
Yeah, we all have moments when we say or do things we regret. That's human nature for you. Oh, and thanks for saving me, by the way.
I'm just glad I happened to be passing by. After I'd cooled my head, I decided to retrace my steps, and there you were. Is it just the three of you here?
Yeah, we stood around talking for a while, so the others are probably ahead of us at this point.
I don't think there's any reason to go back any farther. I can't imagine you'll find anyone there.
I see. I don't suppose you'd mind if I came with you, would you? I'm reasonably skilled with a gun, so you...
Oh, look
might
at
find it
this
useful
Chun
helping me
Chun being tsundere.
Sure thing. Welcome aboard. The name's Reen Schwarzer.
I'm Elliot Craig. It's nice to meet you.
My name is Gaius Warzel. It's a pleasure.
The pleasure's mine, I assure you. My name is Machias Regnitz. Could I ask you what social class you each belong to? I realize how that
Oh,
must
come
sound,
on,
but
bro.
considering my reason-
Yeah, God, I'd be like, I'm not fucking. What? You don't ask someone that in a conversation.
Yo, he
Please
had
don't
like
take
an
it
actual
personally.
garage though.
I'm simply
Yeah.
curious to know who I'm associating with.
Oh my God.
Well, both my parents are commoners.
Likewise, though my homeland has no class system to begin with.
Ah, so you're from abroad then? What about you, Reen?
Well... let's just say I haven't got a drop of noble blood in my veins. So I guess we're all on equal standing here.
Well, now that's a relief.
That will come up later. That will come up later.
He lied. I feel it.
There's something about that Marine that will come up.
I'd feel much better if we were around to help if they wound up in danger.
Yeah, I suppose there's strength in numbers.
All right, let's go.
Machias has joined the party.
Welcome aboard.
What he's like, welcome aboard. I'm glad to have you. It's like, are you a noble? It's like, oh.
I will not tell you. No, okay, but seriously though, it's a fucking weird way to
It is.
meet
It's
someone
super.
and then ask,
It's like,
how
hey,
do
are you a noble?
Which social status are you from?
It's like, hey, what's your political standing?
Oh, come on!
Yeah. It's basically as bad as that.
Yeah.
Who puts a giant trapdoor in a campus building?
And you know what? Think about it. It's fucked up that the teacher just threw a bunch of kids in a dungeon.
And
Right.
Oh. Gun to the face does nothing.
Shit.
Shit.
What about gun in the back?
Gun in the back.
You
Gun in the back is super effective. And again, like their station does where I like them to be. Susceptible to attacks.
Susceptible to attack, of course.
And yeah, I can increase people's
That's a
defense
really
like
good
that.
damage though.
could help out Reen, but Reen's got it. And there's like... And I think they also heal from this.
By the way,
Break
when
shot.
are you using EP?
EP is like for magic.
And magic only, huh?
Magic only. Oh, he's got needle shot as well. Okay, yeah, I could take out hit the ones that aren't.
Hit the one in the middle, on the line.
Yeah. Reen's there. Reen gets EP heal. Even though we have not used EP with Reen. I can't use Gale Stingers, so that's fine. Airstrike. You know. That will just fire automatically and just help.
Technical nuke. Check the damage of the normal attack of the gun.
Oh, no more attack of the gun?
Yes. Might as well check.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Oh, it shoots
AoE?
backwards.
Okay.
Yeah, it heads backwards, so I'll get it.
Nice.
Nice.
Not the best, but
Not the best, but it helps. And Reen can just. Reen, you're doing a really good job here.
I have a sword. Sword go.
Sword go.
It's safe for now.
Yep, and everyone's level 4.
So I don't know if I saw this correctly.
Just getting started.
Did Link get damaged when he used his skills, or am I just imagining?
Did Reen get damaged? No.
No? Okay, maybe I imagined. Maybe I was looking at the health of the monsters and then I thought,
Yeah.
That's okay.
Reen's fine. And then we want to go.
Here we go.
My turn.
It's my turn.
There we go.
Now's our chance.
Go.
Yeah. Exit. This would probably be. Shouldn't.
It's my turn.
Right.
The sounding beats like.
Give it up, everyone.
Maybe you should use craft.
It's my turn.
Because that will take a lot. No, sorry, magic.
Yep, magic.
Here we go.
Don't use it. Just.
Not yet. Yeah, you magic's not needed at the moment because the guys are handling it without it.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
The boys.
The boys are getting it. The boys are back. The boys are back.
Bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do
You
when
wanna
they come
come
for
for
you?
I'm gonna get my ass blown up because I'll stick dynamites of C4 up my ass like they did the invisible guy.
What? What did I miss?
I can't believe.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Can't believe we stuck dynamite up an invisible guy's ass.
Was that his name, invisible guy, or no? What was it?
That's gonna hit 4 here, so that's probably the best option.
No, 5. It will hit 5.
Did it?
No, 4.
Leave it to me.
Was it translucent or something?
I don't know. I never watched The Boys already.
Okay, Nobu. The boys.
The boys. I
The
haven't.
rapper.
Yeah, I can't. I do not remember much about the boys.
Translucent, that was it. Okay, yeah, that suit got blown up after getting C4 stuck up their ass. Okay.
I will not ask. You know what? Ignorance is bliss.
Your words, not mine. I was just referencing the show. You chose to say that.
Did I say something? Oh, I said ignorant.
Oh, correct. That's gonna be.
It's okay.
Did you say? I might have heard differently, but I'm pretty sure I heard you say something like it was like bliss or something like a bliss.
No, ignorance is bliss. Like being ignorant is bliss.
Yeah. Ignorance is bliss. Okay. Okay, fair enough, man.
In most countries, I will say, hey, it's a good thing that I have dynamite in my ass. What the fuck? By the way, that was a cool shot. Just pointing the shotgun on the monster face and then bang.
It would be quite the. It would be quite the way to go, though. You have to admit, and I'm sure you haven't thought about how you would like to go or day before.
I died.
No, he's gonna go after it.
Anyway, moving on.
It's stunned though, so like.
Just use the sword, dude. Like normal attack. I think that's enough. Right?
Yeah, when it comes to. Yeah, when it comes to.
No.
Yeah, it was not.
Shut up. So far in these so far at Cold Steel, the way I've been approaching battles is I try to conserve EP as much as possible. I don't use it for like particular circumstances, like if it's an emergency or something and I need to like heal my fire members or whatever.
Well, it's enemies you have to hit with magic.
Yeah, there are some enemies that you have to hit with magic, but otherwise, if you have something like Elliot in your party, you can just like regularly attack with them and just like if you have something like me, just delay them until they die. By the way, pots. You can make pots.
Yep. Oh, were there pots?
There have been several pots, yes.
My turn. Give it up, everyone.
All right. Right.
Yeah, do you not have any interest in watching The Boys, Oni?
I kind of reached that point where I don't want to watch that much of depressing stories. I like to just go and watch positive stories. You know,
Fair
make me feel
enough.
good about it. Especially about after watching Breaking Bad a long time ago, I think that's just I don't. The ending of Breaking Bad was too good. It was too bad for me. Like, ew.
Fair enough. Don't move on about you.
I'll probably watch The Boys at one point. I know it's like really, really weird with its story.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, but they killed one of the characters by sticking like C4 up their ass.
Oh yeah, don't remind me of the fucking Deep though. The stuff I've been hearing about him.
No. Oh no, that's a different case waiting to happen altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fucking hell.
I see.
But,
I think the girl is a Saber class servant.
No.
Which girl?
The one with the bow.
The bow?
Yes. Everyone knows that archers don't use bows. Come on, Cameron.
Well, your boy Abiad does it.
Once in his life.
You ever think Cody, that maybe that's the problem?
I wonder how.
Yes,
I still don't know how Kukulane feels about Emiya using Calabalg as a fucking projectile.
Fucking angry, let me tell you. Motherfucker, I wasted my life getting that weapon and you just throw it as a fucking arrow.
I could do that to Gay Balg as well.
Life, my legacy, training to use that bow
Well, no.
the way my master envisioned, and you just go and use it as a fucking bow? What the hell's wrong with you?
Calabalg is the. Oh, here you go. Calabalg is the weapon that Fergus used, I believe. Like the spear sword, like the drill, like weird sword.
I thought you say
Gaybalg, no.
Gaybalg, yeah.
No, I'm on about Calabalg.
I'll be honest, I don't think he cares.
I think he would be mad.
Too. Like
no. I think Fergus be. I feel like. I think Fergus be like, huh, never knew you could use that as a projectile. Alright.
Alright.
And Kukulane would just be like.
I'll be honest, Kukulane's too chill for this dude. Let me honest.
He hates Emiya though.
Of course!
So like he
but
just
hey,
keeps doing it.
good food, bro. Like it's been said a lot of times that like Kukulin
I
is weak against
regret-
food.
But if they teamed up in a fight, they would be unstoppable.
Of course.
I regret bringing up Fate Stay Night now.
It's okay. Hey, Fate is cool.
Hit. Emiya, Saber, and Lancer would all be a good unstoppable team.
No. Here's the thing, though. Canonically, if I wasn't wrong, Kukulin is stronger with the sword
S. Arcade
than
from the town of
in the
Legram.
lance. In the in his legend. So basically,
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Saber Emiya and Saber Kukulin is fucking unstoppable.
Yeah.
Like there is no chance for anyone to beat them. At least from what I understand, because I remember, I think Jay talked about it before even. Most
That's
Kukulin's
down the
legend
southeastern
is
outskirts of the
him
Empire,
with the
isn't it?
sword, not with the lance.
All right.
Only
To be
the
fair,
end
though-
of his story is with the sorry.
To be fair, just the fact that he is better with a sword than a lance does not make him unstoppable compared to some of the monsters in the Fate set.
True. I mean,
Yeah.
Musashi Yamamoto. Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
Look, it's the best girl in the game.
But the
We're connected to the rest of the country by train.
Which-
but our
Which
command is
game?
a fairly
Fate Stay
remote
Night
region.
or Trails of Cold Steel?
Trails of Cold Steel.
Okay.
She uses a fucking great sword.
Yeah,
Why I like it.
we are fucking sabers.
True.
That's like people like, oh, my friends were like, hey, there's another noble character would be Laura.
Wait, so your father would be...
Oh my god, no one cares noble, there's fucking noble
Oh,
bullshit.
Sam Noble!
My father is Viscount Arson, Lord of Legram.
Sorry.
Do you take issue
You know,
with that?
to be entirely fair, I like the fact that this boyo here is it's all about like fuck them nobles. You know, the
God,
fact
we
that
were.
he's sexist on top of it just makes him unlikable.
God, we were.
He's trying his
That's
best.
my problem. That's my problem with this character as a whole at the beginning of the game.
We were saying if we went to the school, what weapons we would use. I said I would use a scythe. Cameron said knuckles. And
He stole my idea.
Odie said an axe.
Yeah.
Okay, shotgun.
A great eye. I know, there's a boy with a shotgun already though.
Oh, okay, fine. Anti-material rifle, if it is available.
So Cygnus.
Yes.
I mean, you know what? That's strange. I mean, you know what? There are stranger and other weapons to use in this game, so I'll allow it.
I can
True.
only speak for myself, but I don't feel I've ever
Look,
done
I'm
anything to bring shame
as much as I
upon
would
myself in
love
any of
to,
his eyes.
you know, like wield a quarterstaff against some monsters, because genuinely quarterstaffs and spears are some of my favorite weapons.
That's what one of the characters in Trails of Sky uses as a quarterstaff, I believe.
Yeah, I love
Yeah,
quarterstaff.
okay.
I love pole weapons.
And I
Pole
fully
weapons are
believe the
genuinely
same
my
to be true
favorite.
of my
But
father.
I genuinely would never want to fight a monster or anything like that with anything less than a gun that could kill a tank. Like, would you?
A scythe would work really well.
Please, I meant no offense.
What?
A scythe works
Sorry.
really well.
If I...
This isn't Ruby.
Oh God, no!
No, I was talking about Zoe.
Okay. Yeah, no. God was the one that mentioned it, and I was like, I was scared I was gonna send you into a tangent. But anyway, moving away from that, yeah, what does
I'm Emma
the
Milson.
weapon that Laura chooses to wield? In case we haven't made it clear by now, she's gonna pull it out in a second, but it's a sword.
Wow, look at color me surprised. Pretty anime girl protagonist has sword.
Indeed.
Wow.
Now that you mention it, our instructor did say yours was the top
And
score
then yeah,
on
the girl with the glasses that only seems to like is Emma.
By a girl, no less.
Oh my god, Knocker stole with the sexism.
What the fuck?
Prodigy.
Machias, stop it.
Stop it, get some help.
Oh my god.
Really?
Oh my god, he's butthurt about not getting the top score in the entrance exam.
I don't have any training in the martial arts either.
Oh, I forgot he
That's
said
just the
that.
weapon they
I forgot he
recommend.
said that line. Oh, fuck off, Machias. God damn it.
Oh, cool. You got an orbital staff too. Yours looks
Ugh.
different from mine, though.
But yeah, we'll be finding out a bit more about Emma later on
I
in
wonder.
this game and this series as a whole.
Is she a snake cultist?
Oh my god.
No! Where did that come from?
It's a reference to another playthrough of this. Don't worry about it.
Okay. But yeah, she uses a normal staff like Elliot. Unlike Elliot, who's more so about support and healing, I would say Emma is definitely more so about a mage, like an offensive mage, using like offensive orbital arts and everything.
Is she a snake cultist?
What is okay? No, like go. I'm pretty sure I know what the website, but no, none of the students here are snake cultists. So just
How are
let
you
them
sure?
go.
How are you so sure, Cam?
Maybe you're the snake cultist, Gal.
I do have the cursed ass Ouroboros ring.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Ruler, huh? What's it like living there?
Well, the one of the-
Probably a new
By the way,
technical
I still
breakthrough
like
every week.
I lost that for a while,
Mhm.
and then my sister found it again. The fucking cursed ass it's
Yeah.
a bronze Ouroboros ring. It keeps disappearing and then just appearing.
The Rhine
fucking cursed.
And they're the largest heavy industry corporation on the continent, aren't they?
It should be. No, it's gone again. Well,
For fuck's sake.
Oh my god.
Why?
No, the fucking one of the characters in this called C is in the next game that's coming out, which I'm excited for. That's why we're playing all the Tales of Cold Steel.
Yep, I put it with my cursed ass Chuck E. Cheese tokens, but
Oh
no,
my god.
no, it's gone. And I have no clue where.
So, hey,
Did you find the cat has it?
Oh god, no, the cats wouldn't have it.
I guess that bow must have
Genuinely,
been
where the
that
fuck
case
did
you
it
had with you
go?
when we first met.
It always does this. I set it in this little container here. Where did it go?
Herbal mechanism built in?
God, it is cursed.
There is, but I don't see how that's any of yours.
Let's check the drawers.
Ouch.
Yeah.
No,
Anyone
still
got
nothing.
Any ideas on what to do?
It's going to
We
turn
run
up.
into each other wandering around. How about we stick together?
I have a master lock I stole from the fucking the gym lockers at my high school because they all had the exact same combination.
Oh my god.
You may require protection.
You needn't to be concerned about that.
If I find it, I will send you a picture of it again, because like, this thing is creepy.
I beg your
Well,
pardon.
yeah, it's an Ouroboros
I
ring,
don't mean
so.
to boast.
Well, no, it's not just a single Ouroboros. It's a dual Ouroboros.
For now,
It's
I
two
could
snakes
express
eating
we
each
remain
other's
separate
nails.
groups. There are still 2 of us who remain unaccounted for.
That's right. We still haven't run into
And so
that
I don't know what the hell that's supposed to symbolize, but
In that case,
it
two teams
was
means
somewhere.
double the chance to find
or it was something.
Two teams is double
And,
the coverage, and double the chance of
it's not my
crossing
trash can.
paths with our missing companions. How's that sound?
I have no objections.
Okay.
So, shall we be off?
All right.
Sorry, did you hear that?
Yes. Her dinner is
okay.
ready.
No, that's
Oh, it's
not.
not-
That's
That's what I
no.
heard.
My sister came in the room and told me to do laundry,
Oh, okay.
but I'm
So,
busy
yeah,
looking for the
Laura has-
cursed Ouroboros.
So yeah, Laura has a big ass sword. Do you think she's overcompensating for something?
I know that's not what you meant, Cam, but you implied something about her.
Yeah, I probably could have said that bit
Really doesn't
better.
seem
I
like she's
probably
gonna let
shouldn't
that
have said
go,
it
does
at
she?
all, but at the same
It was
time.
clearly an accident. Everyone
Yeah,
could
it's a
see
stream. Make it
I
funny.
don't suppose it makes any difference to her.
God, I have a Cameron.
That's prob-
Still, is no one else worried about leaving a group of girls to fend for themselves?
Oh my god, Maggie, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Mackie, you're not helping your case here, buddy.
They literally have a woman confident in her own sword abilities, someone with a bow, and someone with an orbital staff. They're fine.
There are 4 of us here.
Orbital staff, not an orbital staff. We aren't trying to calculate the delta V of how hard you have to hit a monster to knock it out of orbit, man.
I will hit Marcus out of orbit.
You better. You promise?
Also, no,
Also, Nobu, how dare you say? Also, Nobu, how dare you damn me to hell when one of the reasons you like Laura so much is because she wields a big ass sword. Don't give me that shit.
I'm a fan of giant weapons. What can I say?
It's certainly an enormous blade. I'd call it comically huge.
No, but I
if it
found my
didn't look
home
so
might win.
dangerous.
What go?
I'm still looking for the Ouroboros ring. It's gone. It's just gone.
It's leathered out.
As
there.
is
I admit it's still hard to believe anyone could swing that beast of a sword.
Self-respect, I see.
I'll bet you can whip it around.
I never had any self-respect. That was gone years ago.
God. Nobu, think before you speak.
The Arside School of Swordsmanship serves as a
this
basis for
way,
the
right.
techniques used by knights throughout the
Moving
Empire.
on.
And her father, the Viscount, is arguably the strongest swordsman in the country. People call him the Radiant Blade Master. I doubt any of the other students here could even stand their ground against her in combat, much less beat her.
Wow. Interesting. I didn't know there were still roots of the old knightly styles alive in the Empire.
You sure know a lot about this stuff, Reen. A hobby of yours?
I'm a swordsman myself. I
Yeah,
guess
no,
the
it's
lore
just
sort of comes with the
legitimately just
territory.
gone. Dust in the wind. Forever missing.
How about we pick up the search?
Yeah, just wait, I'm sure it'll pop up eventually.
It always does, which is the creepy part.
That's true.
It always pops up in places you know it wasn't.
What happened to that pompous
It always pops up
I
in
mean,
places
you
you
are
know
saying
you checked for it.
You are saying it's a cursed or a bonus wig. Maybe that's what's so cursed about it.
You'll never find it again, and then you find it again.
Maybe I shouldn't put it with my cursed Chuck E. Cheese tokens.
No, because it doubles the curse.
I think that's right.
Looks like the path splits.
The reason why I'm sorry, have I ever told you guys the story behind the cursed Chuck E. Cheese tokens?
Oh, I paused the game, but to stop it from doing that. You've told me, yes.
Do you guys know? Have I ever said it on stream?
I feel a little
No, I think I would have remembered.
The exit's that way.
Okay.
There we go.
So the story behind the Chuck E. Cheese tokens is that one day, when I was walking to my dentist appointment, which is like 2 miles away, that doesn't sound that far if you live anywhere but the U.S., but in the U.S. it's hellish. Because the roads are not meant to be walked on. Or like the paths are not meant to be walked, they are meant to be driven, so yeah. Well along the way, I just found a bunch of Chuck E. Cheese tokens scattered in the grass. I'm like, cool, I'll pocket these. And then I did, and then basically not even 5 minutes later, a guy crashed his moped like within 3 feet of me.
I like Reen's ability, really good, motivate.
And then on the way back, from the dentist, you know, after like, you know, like dealing with like law enforcement, whatever, making sure that, you know, the guy was driving safe and whatever, and it was just like an actual accident. On my way back, it rained. It started raining for, I had no jacket, I had no nothing. The forecast said it clear skies that day. It started raining on my like 2 mile walk back to my home, and then just to add insult to injury, as soon as I stepped inside the door to my home, the rain stopped.
So is that why the Chuck E. Cheese tickets are cursed? Because you always got hit by a moped and it stopped raining the moment you returned to your home?
It started raining on a day where it was forecast to have clear skies, and then it stopped as soon as I went inside. As soon as it stopped being an inconvenience to me.
And that's why you believe the Chuck E. Cheese tickets to be cursed?
To be entirely fair, I don't actually think they're cursed. I just like the story, so I keep calling them that.
Fair enough.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
My turn.
Fair enough. To be fair, To be fair, there's a lot of like strange occurrences on a day where you just found them conspicuously or inconspicuously, however you say it.
Yeah,
like
just
in the
scattered in the
grass.
grass.
Look at
Scattered
that
in the
fucking
grass, like
damage.
Someone dumped them there.
Look how much damage fucking Gaius did.
Oh, and something that I should say. They were scattered in the grass, like someone just dumped them there. And then, and I was sure I didn't pick them up. I didn't pick all of them up. I was just like, yeah, I'll take a few. I just like a handful.
Okay?
And then on my way back, I checked to see if there were more. There weren't. Like, I was certain I left some behind. I came back, saw they were gone. The only ones left are the ones that I have.
So either the wind blew them away, or somebody else picked them
These
up.
are metal. These are not tickets. These are tokens. These are like brass coins.
What's wrong?
Oh, okay. So somebody else must have picked them up then.
Maybe.
Because the wind could have blown them away in that case.
Maybe.
Also, yes, but that was a lot of damage with Gaius.
Yeah.
Thanks to Reed's Motivate.
Motivate is such a good ability. And it's good to
I
have.
tend to save it for like. I tend to save it for boss fights and just rely on like Reed's Autumn Leaf Cutter because it like delays the enemies.
Oh, Rain's ability, like Motivate and Elliot's Sounding Beat, are the best boosts that you can do to people. You attack, get them attack and defense up.
Yeah, but again, I tend to save them for boss battles just because like they do cause like more CP that I'm willing to like expend, so I will like save that CP as much as possible for boss fights.
These things can't lay a finger on.
So like for tricky situations, like if I come across a treasure chest that I know is going to be like a trap.
Yeah. As I was saying to Cameron and Oni Gull, Fee is another character that people say is a noble character because we would just get asked where the best sleeping spots are.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see you just claiming Fee as a daughter.
That's what I said.
Fee Clausel.
What is it? What is your connection with white-haired girls with green eyes?
I don't know.
That are very, very agile and fight with dual daggers.
My
Yeah,
god.
that. Why the fuck is that?
What is that
Did you-
fucking thing with me?
Yeah.
It's like white hair, like any girl with white hair, or
Like, I would say that it's your type, but you're never attracted to them. You just treat them like daughters.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, apparently,
Fee, I
though,
would,
as you said,
I'd say I treat Fee as more as a sister than anything than daughter.
yeah.
Okay.
Although, one of the Trails games that is still in Japan, Fee is in, and she's a lot older. And
That's either. I think I know which one you're talking about. They
'Cause
have
I've-
said that they are going to be coming out in English at some point.
Yeah, and I'm like excited for that. Because I'm like, Fee again, yes.
Oh fuck!
What?
Guess we really don't need to worry about her.
You found it, didn't you?
I dropped the cursed Chuck E. Cheese tokens. Watched where they went, and they
found the
all
ring?
fell on top of the ring.
Fuck it out.
Jesus Christ.
What the hell?
I would say either they're cursed or you are cursed, Gall.
I think a little bit of both of this point.
Gal has expanded its curse.
I am never getting rid of these because they just bring me so much joy and just the chaotic nature of it. Because it's like, I know that
Dude, you're gonna get fucking buried for them at this point. Like, Jesus.
Yes, I know. I know that they're not like supernatural or whatever, but I just it's so amusing the thought of it. Last words before the man dies in a horror movie.
These may be cursed, but like,
I love the idea of them. Yeah, no, the thing is, this like Ouroboros ring fits me actually really well.
Did you say you were going to take a picture at Santos, by the way?
Right, yeah.
I've seen it before.
All right, let's keep going.
Yeah, let me try and take a picture of it. Open up the camera.
Leave it to me.
Here we go.
God, I forget I'm not using turbo mode when I should be for like fights.
Yeah, I think it is starting to get to a point now where like you can start to use turbo mode a bit more now. Just because like for situations just like this, after you fought like what you think is like every single enemy, you pretty much just like turbo mode and just like go about it how you normally would.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yep, everything. So I'm just checking the map I have just to be like, am I grabbing everything? I'm like, yes, I just need to grab the next thing.
Do you hear that?
Someone's fighting up ahead. Come on.
Yeah.
Rain!
Yeah, it's not another thing about this game. There were certain areas that you only go to once during the main story, and you can't go back to those areas. So
it's
if you try to beat game 100% and get everything like monster data, treasure chests, and so on, then you won't need to explore each area thoroughly and make sure that you scan the enemies so that you don't miss a single detail.
I don't think he needs any help from us.
Because otherwise,
That's
you
another
can
school of
kiss
Imperial
that
swordsmanship.
100% completion check mark. Okay,
Goodbye.
out the door. Yes,
Agile
goodbye.
favored by the nobility, and judging by his poise,
That's what I
he's
meant
no
to say.
amateur.
Okay. So here is the ring, and here's a quarter to scale. A United States like standard quarter.
Okay.
So this ring's actually like pretty big.
Yeah, it's fucking
Yeah.
cursed.
Does he even fit your face?
It fits my finger really well. Is the weird bit.
Don't wear it.
No, I'm going to wear it.
It's his wig. He could choose to do whatever the fuck he wants to do with it.
Fucking what's my brain going? Give it to the girl you engage with. Get engaged to.
I might.
Yes. Just give the woman he loves a fucking overboard wig as an engagement wig.
Look, that's the test to see if he's worth it.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I was just
Fucking, if years later, if you ever do get married and you like decide to send us like wedding pictures or something and she's wearing the wig, I'm gonna be like, oh Jesus fucking Christ, he actually fucking did it.
Yeah.
I'm Elliot Craig.
Guys, Warzel, nice to meet you.
Yeah,
I believe I have already introduced myself. but once
genuinely.
again, I'm Eustace Albaret.
Okay, I can't get over the fact that I dropped the coins and they landed in the exact spot the ring was.
What are you talking about?
What are the actual odds of that?
About finding your way to the exit alone, I wasn't expecting you to actually rely on others for help. I assume you came to your senses shortly after you stormed off, and then wandered back to
What are the
apologize
actual
like a good
odds?
boy.
Jesus Christ, Jesus.
Truly, the virtue of the common man. Why, a preening noble such as myself would be far too.
Jesus Christ, Jesus, you're laying into him.
Oh yeah. Uses the laser to Machias here really fucking hard. But at the same time, it's Machias that reacts in a not so formal
You're
manner.
all the same. So full of yourselves, it's a wonder you don't pop. And you're not just a garden variety.
Like to be fair, at least
House Albaret is one of the
Eustace
highest rankings
admits
in the country.
afterwards that he may have gone a bit too far. But at least he wasn't going to go and try and hit the fucker.
Yeah.
Which is what Machias was attempting to do, or is going to attempt to do in just a moment.
You're one to talk. I don't need a lecture in rank from the son of the Imperial Governor.
Wait, what?
Oh, I thought the name Regnitz sounded familiar.
Karl Regnitz, the first commoner ever to hold the seat of Imperial Governor in Heimdall. The first to rule the capital. And this headstrong young lad just so happens to be a chip off that old block. Pretty rarefied air for a simple commoner, don't you think?
What does that have to do with anything? Yes, my father is the Imperial Governor, but he earned that position through years of hard, honest work. Don't you go lumping him in with you nepotists who get your titles handed to you just for being born.
Perish the thought. No, I mainly just regard your father as a reformist, and a close friend of the Chancellor at that. And as you're vividly aware, his faction is in conflict with the noble faction, led by none other than the four great houses. When you look at it that way, your vitriolic disdain for the nobility suddenly seems rather cheap, wouldn't you say?
Fucking useless.
You son of a...
To be fair, I would say Marcus is the one that started it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop Marcus. Because then we get to show off Eustace.
Yeah. Like, I would say Marcus is the one that started it, and Eustace is just like sort of egging him on at this point.
I know he's taunting you, but lashing out at him isn't going to solve anything. And Eustace, don't you think that was a little uncalled for?
I wasn't the one who started this.
Let me... Damn it, just let me go already! I'm sorry, okay? Just leave me alone for a while. You guys should just go on ahead with him.
Oh.
I think you went a little too far, Eustace. Being at odds with Machias is one thing, but dragging his father into it is pretty low. You're better than that.
Perhaps I was a bit out of line. It would seem I still have much to learn.
Huh?
You look shocked. Why?
Well, you're the son of Duke Elberea, right? I wasn't expecting the son of a noble to admit he was wrong. Wait, no, that came out wrong. I'm sorry.
There's no need to address me so formally. We may come from different social spheres, but here at this academy, we're supposed to be on equal standing. Or so the idea goes, anyway.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yes, I'm with you all the way there.
Is class really that big a deal here in the Empire?
It is. This country has a long history, and the class system has been one of its central institutions for most of that. So what are you going to do, Eustace? Machias said to go with you, but I don't want to press you into coming along if you don't want to.
I was intending to press on to the exit by myself, but I'd prefer not to mimic the actions of his ilk, so I'll accompany you.
What? I'm just surprised we're worthy of your company. I mean, I'm looking forward to having you on the team.
God, Elliot panicking is funny.
Let's just go with that.
We should get moving then. Come on.
Like, Garin and Gas are like, yeah, no, we're fine with you being in the party. Elliot's like,
Yeah. Also, Red Buddy Dragon, hello.
Oh, sorry, I'm not looking at chat. Sorry about that. I've been mostly looking at the guy just to be like, oh yeah, I'm doing everything correct.
That's why I
Noble
begin to like put out the street cat player.
That's just how this game is.
Yeah,
it's not a bad
It's
thing.
like, as I said before, there are certain nobles like Eustace and the Lord that aren't as bad as some of the other nobles we'll be seeing later on.
Rapid thrust. Well, just hit one enemy.
Yeah, so Eustace can hit one enemy with his craftability rapid thrust, but like Reed's Autumn Leaf Cutter, it does have delay, so it will be useful for the boss fight coming up.
Yeah.
because you can just keep delaying with weed and uses. That's essentially what I did in my playthrough.
And a resounding beat. That's fine. Fun fact: Exceed paid for more dubbing so we get more voicing. Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah,
I like when Exceed does that. No, like they don't do that with all their games. Like Exceed hasn't done that with like the Run Factory, but like, it's fine.
I'll handle this.
Was that when Red Buried Dragon? Was that when this game was being ported to PC and PlayStation 4, or? Because I know originally it came out for PlayStation Vita and then it got released for PlayStation 4 and PC sometime later.
There's done. There's nothing to worry about.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that is what,
PC and
that is
PS4.
really
Yeah,
cool.
that's really good. I like that.
Yeah, because like we've been saying, we really like the English voice acting in this game. Like they did a really good job.
Everyone's really good at voice acting with this. They all fit their roles perfectly. Well, I wish English voice acting was as good as it has been with games. Like with Monster Hunter, I'm going to be a little bit biased here with Rise. I prefer the Japanese voice acting because when a monster is introduced, that opening for it's really good. I've heard the English doesn't give it as much as you're fighting a monster. More as like, oh, this is just a foe you're fighting, and that's not as good.
I don't know how to break the ice.
Oh, okay. So 3 and 4 were dubbed by NIS, and they stuck with the original dubbing, which means that they are on and off with what's voiced and what isn't. To be fair, there have been moments like that in this game as well. Cold Steel 1, even on the PlayStation 4 and PC, I've noticed. So.
Right, I need to guide, make sure I'm grabbing everything. Yep, underground area 3 is just this. Yep, and we should be. Nope, nothing from them.
It's my turn.
Gaius.
Oh yeah, okay. I see what you mean now, Red Buried Dragon. I see what you mean. Yeah.
What are they meaning?
He's they're saying that Cold Steel 3 and 4 were dubbed by NIS, and they stuck with the original dubbing. And one thing that bugs them about the only voicing is that they aren't off with what's voiced and what isn't. And they gave an example of how in Cold Steel 3, Reed has a conversation with Elliot, but only Elliot is voiced.
Oh, that's really dumb.
My turn.
Yeah, and thinking on it now because I've seen like a few bonding events from Cold Steel 4. Yeah, it's like that Cold Steel 4 as well, where it's like
my turn.
Like the character Reed is talking with will be the character that Reed is talking with will be voiced, but Reed, however, will not be voiced, which is kinda it's like kinda off-putting.
It's my turn.
I go where the wind takes me.
Well, I hope that the other game that's coming out this year, that it's not like that.
Which one? Because there's 2 coming out this year, right? There's Trails in Azure and Trails into Reverie.
Trails into Reverie. I still want to play. Azure is the new one. Azure 2, I believe Fee is in, and I'm really excited for that.
My turn. I've got this.
She's either in the first one or the second one. I think she's in Trails of Azure 2. But I'm waiting for the first one because I'm still very excited.
Well, Trails in Azure is meant to be a continuation of Trails from Zero, so.
My turn.
But yeah, I agree
voice-
with that, but
yeah,
I agree with that. If you're going to voice the scene, it's better to actually voice the scene and not just have like one character like voice the scene and
Oh, yeah.
just have the character
100%.
say something but not actually be voiced.
Here we go. There.
Leave it to me.
I'd say 0 hearts is pretty good to have. No, you would not be fine with it. Yep, no.
Yeah, yeah. I am rubbing on my words as usual. Trails from Zero is out now, but we're still waiting for Trails in Azure, I believe.
Yeah. Trails of Zero is currently happening.
And yeah, the Zero Arts teleport, this is really useful, especially if you get to the mage like Emma, Elliot, or Alisa. Yeah. Oh, we still have another 2 months to wait for Trails to Azure. Damn it!
Might be talking about Curl.
Cool. Oh, is that what you were talking about? Why?
Yeah, I'm talking about Curl, yeah. Yeah, I'm talking. That's the one I'm excited for. I am talking about Curl 1 and 2. I am super excited when we get them. Because I have seen. I have seen stuff for Fee, and I'm like, yes, please please, like, show me more of these characters. Especially, like, Adult Fee was interesting. I was like, oh my god. I was just like, please go up.
Yeah, we haven't got to the English release date yet for the Kuro no Kaseki games, but I am looking forward to when we do get those games.
Yes. I am super excited. Can I? Yeah, I can hear all 4 here. That's good. Positioning is really good with this. Very unique for one game like this.
Leave it to me.
Part of me is interested as well in how Kuro no Kaseki will be like, what the gameplay in those games will be like, because apparently they mocked the second half of the Trails series, so...
Yeah, also Zen comes back, which makes sense. He was a Calvard Bracer?
Calvard Bracer, yeah, that's where the Kuro no Kaseki games take place in Calvard. Which, I'm not familiar with the movie geography yet to know where Calvard is again. I think it's... I want to say it's in between the two regions, so hang on, I'll look it up. Just so I don't embarrass myself.
I'm not sure either.
What a waste of time. Let's go.
You say
Right. All right.
Oh, Blow a Lullaby. Yeah, that's Lowe's for a slightly soothing sound about. That's also really good.
Just getting started.
Great thing about Crossbow is that Calvard and Arbonia are fighting over claim. Oh, Highland. Oh, so they're trying to claim the Highlands?
All right.
Crossbow.
I know there's
this is I remember like Crossbow, isn't Crossbow meant to be, like, I think they mentioned it in this game at some point or whatever, but isn't Crossbow making like a movement to try and regain its independence? other side of Crossbar, I know the highlands where Calvard is. So the North Highlands, where like guys is from.
Oh, a treasure chest.
Yep, and evade. Oh, no. There we go. Yeah. Golden Spear. Oh, wait. I can check what Minstrel does. Minstrel, not Minstrel.
No, Mr. You were right. That's Jesus is default to master chords.
Yeah. Alright, I can't really look at it. Because it's locked. Oh, wait, no, I can't. Like this. Begin the battle with ATS raised 1 turn of ATS plus 25. What their strike? Oh, that's just your magic being raised. Your magic stat. Oh, that's neat. So,
yeah.
I think Eustace is like a red mage, in a sense. Where he's kind of good with attack, kind of good with magic.
Crossbar hasn't got independence yet. That's what Azure becomes about. Ah, okay.
I know we've got like a luminary coming up as well. That's going to be cross of those 3 paths of Cold Steel, Zero, and then C's path, which is still Cold Steel in a sense, I think.
Yeah. Trails into Reverie.
Yeah, Trails into Reverie. I keep saying luminary. Yeah, my brain. Don't know why I keep calling it that. Your ally enemy normal attacks damage is based on his strength, but attacks enemy arts defense.
Oh! Okay,
that's
interesting.
That's interesting, yeah. Alright, we got our first boss. Well, kind of our second boss, but like for the story,
Yeah. I would say first real and proper boss.
Looks like we are.
But yeah, no, that's really cool and also makes sense to know that about Elliot and Emma. I thought it was like based on their ATS, their magic attack.
I can see the sunlight streaming in, so I'm guessing we're finally clear.
This was a complete waste of time. Pointless busy work at best. Considering the school's esteemed founder, I was expecting more of a challenge, but nothing here posed even a modest threat.
Did we even fight the same enemies? I feel like I've been stretched to my limits. What was all that business about Class 7 anyway?
Good question. We've got people here from different backgrounds, classes, even cultures.
Anyway, can I just ask, how is it that we're the first ones here when everybody else went on ahead of us?
I'm not sure.
Like, I know the old schoolhouse is meant to be a sort of confusing dungeon to like explore because of how it works, but at the same time.
There.
The statue?
What the heck is that?
A gargoyle come to life? What sorcery is this?
Our first boss. Igloo Garmar. I think that's how you pronounce it.
It's a gargoyle.
Yes, it's a gargoyle.
Are monsters like this common in the Empire?
Not outside of old wives' tales, they aren't.
This thing's cutting off our only route to the surface. No choice. We have to fight it.
Right.
Finally, an opponent worthy of my skill.
Helios, help us.
Now, its first form, I remember, is very weak to magic.
It's very what?
Very weak to magic.
Hmm.
Yeah. 120 across the board.
I never used magic against it a whole lot. Again, I just kept spamming uses and reads like delay craft abilities.
Give it up, everyone!
Actually, yeah, that's a good point when Bunny Dragon. Where did the girls come from if the pathway you go if the girls came from a pathway like yeah, that's actually a good question because the pathway they come from when you first meet them leads to a dead end.
Oh no,
with, like a
because I
other
was saying
treasure chest.
it's not gonna hit, Garrett.
Like that's actually a good point. How the fuck did I not realize that until just now?
It's all blur. Yeah. You know what? Let's motivate.
Alright, let's do this!
I'll handle this.
My turn.
Morphe and for area, you'll more or less want to like use Resounding Beat when you can, and then use magic. Yeah, but I can't remember what the gargoyle is weak to, like element wise.
All right.
I think it's at 120, will it?
Yeah, everything's at 120 for it.
Damn.
Go! There!
My turn!
Do the element resistances change like depending on the difficulty? Perhaps.
I don't think they do.
Okay.
Arcus, activate.
I could just be remembering the later half of this fight then.
Yeah, the layer fight, it switches up its magical defense with its normal defense.
My turn! Arcus!
Ooh, lucky for uses there.
Yeah, Eustace got a little bit burned.
I'll handle this.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, that's why we give them regen.
Let's go in a weird off.
Give it up, everyone!
And now it's gonna switch. No, not now.
Take this.
Are you not gonna switch?
My turn!
Like this? No, it's this thing is.
It changes. It changes when its HP reaches the 50%, I believe.
I think it's past its 50%.
Okay, maybe it's.
Oh, and it got burned as well.
Maybe it's straight 5%. I can't remember. It's weird because like I've only just started playing this game in like short while, so this should still be fresh in my mind. And yeah.
Now it does. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
And it healed.
This is the same. I think the difficulty just changes damage multipliers. Okay, fair
Yeah.
enough. I could just be misremembering then.
Yep. God.
Right.
And we want to move people out then. We'll be fine. They got defense buff.
My turn!
Oh, relax. You're playing on normal difficulty. You'll be fine.
My turn.
Using my own.
Yeah, okay.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, no. Right, I shouldn't be worrying about because healing. Resounding Beat is really good.
Yeah. When Bloody Dragon was just saying that, yeah, when it changes at 25%, it heals like back to what looks like 50% health.
Yeah.
Very well.
Oh!
Green is getting crit next. Nice.
It's my turn.
Yeah, again, just keep. Like, I just kept delaying the boss as much as I possibly could. And I just kept supplying the pie with a Resounding Beat because the regen is so good from Resounding Beat.
Yeah, Elliot's okay with CP anyway, so it's like. That crit. Not bad, Rain, not bad.
Leave it to me.
My turn.
Oh, that's not gonna happen. Oh well.
Give it up, everyone.
The boss music's like so good for this as well. This first fight.
Very well.
I like the I don't know the name of the
really-
track, but I don't know the name of the track, but I like the song that plays during the tactical exams.
And then we go. There we go. That should be the end of it. Yep.
Okay, bye, Gal.
I'll go.
That's that. Let's
Gal
go.
had to go. This is the reason why he just said he had to go. Oh, he's still here, but I think all these are deafened.
Yeah.
Still. Yeah.
Poison.
Well, that should be the end of it.
No, it's down, but not out.
That's one hell of a second win.
I can appreciate a certain
Oh,
degree of
please
tenacity,
don't.
but this thing needs to just die.
It's no use. We're too spent to
How
move
it's for
around
us
with
there. Yeah.
Guess I have no choice. I'll have to.
Yes, a first boss with not too much three forms in a JRPG. That would be terrifying, but I would not be surprised if a JRPG did attempt to do that.
You've certainly got some good timing.
Just for like the lols or whatever.
I'm sorry we took so long.
You're here, and that's what counts.
So, a gargoyle, is it? I didn't expect to find the Dark Ages alive and well down here. It doesn't seem like it'll go down easily.
Indeed. It's brushing us off as though we barely even scratched it.
But with this many of us, we can just find an opening.
Fine.
No,
Guess I'll
guys,
help out.
it's its third win, not its second.
Then it just has a fourth win.
Started the party without me.
Oh god.
You.
Releasing limiter. Take this. Break shot.
Now it's the fences are down. Thanks. Like it. Oh.
An opening.
Go.
This one's mine!
Okay. Just decapitates it. Completely.
Yeah, like that caught me off guard when I first saw this scene. It's like everybody's just attacking it all at once,
and Lord just comes in and fucking decapitates it. Like, what the hell?
Why she's best girl.
I think that's the end of it.
Like, oh, I know you're awesome, but you don't have to go that far just to prove how awesome you are. Like, seriously.
Anytime soon.
Yeah, guys, I don't think it's gonna come back.
What happened there anyway? Right at the end of the battle.
Now that you mention it, I did feel something wash over me for just a second there.
It was like each of us were engulfed in some faint blue light.
So go ask, does it also bug you that Laura shoots her sword at the side of the hill? Well, how big it is? It kinda, but like it should be like on her back, but she doesn't. Maybe they felt, oh, like with the side it's easier.
I did notice something as we fought. Perhaps it was just the blur of combat.
I wonder if it's ever explained how they take out their weapons. Maybe it's the Arcus thing that's linked to them that allows them to desummon and resummon them.
But I felt like I could see everyone's movements
Nah,
in
that's
precise detail.
that kind of technology would seem a little too advanced for Halo series, even with something like the portable orbits.
I don't think it was just your imagination.
Agreed. I have a feeling what we just experienced was...
The biggest selling point of the almighty Arcus? Give this man a prize.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, because you also have to remember, Red Burning Dragon, with Elliot and Emma, their oboe staves, are too big to fit in their pockets, so how exactly do they sheath their weapons?
Same with Elisa's bow. And Machia's is a shotgun. Gaius is
actually, does Machia's shotgun even have like a safety on it? Because I imagine that would be quite a surprise if it just went off in the middle of class.
What are we supposed to be happy about?
I have so many questions, I'm not even sure where to start.
Oh?
I'll take a stab at it. What exactly is the purpose behind this Class 7?
I mean, we get that it's supposed to be some sort of melting pot that includes a broad cross-section of people.
Well,
but why were the 9 of us chosen in particular?
That's by Red Burning Dragon, but what about Eustace? Because, like, he's supposed to be carrying his, like, sword at the waist as well, but he doesn't seem to have, like, a sheath either.
Yeah.
That is a valid question. There's no single monolithic reason why you all made the list. But if I had to name a major contributing factor, it'd be those Arcus orbments you've got there.
How so?
Well, like I explained earlier, the Arcus units are developed jointly by the Epstein Foundation and the Reinford Company. Like any battle orbment, they let you use arts, and these have
Reed's like sheath is part of his fighting style, fighting style.
But their crowning feature is what's known as combat linking. That's the phenomenon you all experienced just now.
So that's what that was.
Seems like a pretty apt term. It did feel like we were all connected somehow.
Precisely. Doesn't take a genius to imagine how much of an advantage a feature like that would be on a real battlefield. An elite unit that can sense each other's movements, acting in perfect sync even in the most chaotic conditions. You can hardly put a price on that. It could bring about a revolution in the way wars are fought.
It does sound rather
idealistic.
Well, yeah, the technology has its limits. Some have a natural aptitude for it, others just don't. And out of this year's fresh batch of bright-eyed students, the 9 of you turned out to have the highest aptitude. And since aptitude trumps background in Class 7, well...
Funny, Sarah says these have communication functionality built into them, and when we see, like, we use the data on, when
when we see Reed use it later on when he gets a call from Sarah, he answers it's like a phone.
Yeah, that's probably how they're answered. And I'm like, if you want to talk into it.
Well, true, but at the same time, these are a little big to be used as like a phone, don't you think?
Nokia brick.
Fair enough.
Very first handheld was gigantic.
If you have objections to being in this class, speak now or forever hold your peace. I think that pretty much covers the hows and whys of your situation. But this program isn't cheap to run, so we're not about to force anyone into it if they don't want to be here. You should also be aware that Class 7's curriculum will be tougher than any other class's coursework. Just fair warning. So now you know. And that leaves you all with an important decision to make. Will you stick with Class 7 or not? Oh, if you opt out, you'll just be placed in the class you would have been assigned to otherwise. There's no pressure. Nobles will land in Class 1 or 2, commoners in 3, 4, or 5. It's still just the first day, so there's no real catching up you'd have to do. I'm sure you'd fit in just fine.
Phone is a feature? Yeah. Phone is a feature. I wish I...
I mean, Reed does use it later on to like call his friends slash party members when he goes back into the old schoolhouse to explore it. Because yeah, just like say we will be coming back to the old schoolhouse to explore it because there are multiple floors to it.
Yes, it's really weird as a dungeon, but it's interesting.
You seem pretty
and
any particular
they
reason?
do have.
Not really. I just feel like I've put my
I
family
do,
out asking
I
them
do
to
like
send
how
me to
odd
school.
technology is developed in Samoa. Well, I mean, it's
Gives
like
me more to show for my time here.
they do have like a explanation for how like technology is developed in Samoa.
Noble sentiment.
Like I'm not sure if it like not sure if it works entirely well, but like I could get behind it. Kind of like this sort of. I don't know. Would you say it's like sort of steampunkish or not, Vampire Dragon, or?
Let's make it 3.
Yeah.
Considering how far I came to attend this school, it'd be silly to back down before I even started.
Also the phone feature. No, the radio is
And our foreign exchange
yeah,
student
steampunk magic.
Yeah.
Techish, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, the radio is a separate thing, isn't it? Like you get the
Radio is a
the
separate
old-
thing, yeah.
Hmm?
You get the Oba radio. Yeah, that's a separate thing.
Allow me to take part as well. I was only able to come because of the school's generosity, so I feel it's my duty to help in any way I can.
Sign me up too! I kind of feel like fate brought us here for a reason, you know? And you all seem pretty easy to get along with.
And that's a yes from our 2 Orbital staff testers. Though I feel compelled to remind you, your weapons are still in the prototype stage. So on top of your other work, I'll be expecting reports from both of you.
Of course.
Maybe I spoke too soon.
Let me join too.
Huh?
Oh, there's a surprise. I was almost certain your rebellious streak would see you opt out just on general principle.
It does bother me that you've got us using these Arcus units that are still pretty clearly in development. But if I let every little nitpick like that hold me back, I'd never amount to much.
Words to live by right there. And that brings us to an even 6. Now, what about you, Fee?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess the
either way.
I guess like
You can choose.
horrible communication is like limited in terms of range because like yeah, I guess they're still trying to like work on like expanding the range that covers like the whole of the continent maybe or whatever.
God, I like how Visera and Fee know each other. That's
That was the
interesting.
deal, remember? You need to take control of your own life.
Well, there is a reason for that when we learned both of Sarah and Fee's like backstories. Actually,
Well,
Okay,
at least you
I know
committed.
Sarah's backstory. I'd like, well, okay, I know Sarah's background, like what Sarah did before she became an instructor, as well as Bee's background and what she did before she became a student. I'm still not quite sure of like the details of their backstory and like how exactly they know each
Yeah.
other.
Which leaves just the two of you. I can see you got issues with each other, but that doesn't mean you can't at least try to work together. Why, if you just look past your differences and embrace the joys of youth, I'm sure you'll become the best of friends.
Like hell we will! The exploitation of the common people by the aristocracy is a blight on every facet of Erebonian life. Unless something is done about it, this country has no future.
Jesus
I
Christ.
appreciate your candor, but I don't think you're going to achieve much by lecturing me about it.
Well, at least that makes this simple. I, Eustace Albarea, claim my place as a member of Class 7.
Huh?
Why?
Okay, that makes
Son of a
sense.
duke. Just the thought of being in the same class as commoners.
Oh
should
my
make you
god,
sick.
Machias, you fucking. Ah.
I'll thank you not to.
Ah.
There was a misleading eventual backstory which led you to run into it.
As far as the House of Albarea is concerned, there's little difference between
Just means
other
we can at
nobles
least
and
try to work together. Oh, wait until we get to chapter 2.
Besides, I should at least ensure I won't have fools flitting about every day trying to win my favor.
Yeah, no, that's why I read Bird Dragon. That's why I was
interest in
like,
getting drawn into your
that's why I
petty
like
arguments on a
was
daily
kept
basis.
flubbing my like sentence because like
You don't want to
I'm
spoil it for me,
still-
that's fine.
Yeah, because like I'm still playing this game for the
to
first
go our
time,
separate
so it's
ways.
like even though I learned details about like Sarah and B here and there, that still doesn't like quite give me the full picture. If that makes sense.
I've played up to chapter 2, I just don't remember everything.
Through life on his father's coattails, telling me what to do.
I'm in the middle of chapter 2, and yeah, I just got to the part where like Eustace and Machias say they're trying to like cooperate, and then yeah, goes about as well as you'd expect.
We'll see about that.
Well, interesting game thoughts, you pay arguments. Well, you sure? Oh, you sure do a good job at that, don't you, Eustace? Considering the fact that for the next like what 2 months you do nothing but argue with Machias.
The pots shouldn't be too hard on the kettles.
Elliot.
Give a guy a break.
Well, how about that? 9 out of 9. With that, I'd like to congratulate all of you on being the first ever Class 7. I hope you keep those high spirits all year, because with the workload we've got planned for you, you'll need it.
Wonder what Aura now stands for. Beds Russell.
Well, I wasn't expecting Class 7 to turn out quite as diverse as this. It certainly promises to be an interesting...
Yeah, no, like I'm not gonna say what Lisa's last name is, but I feel that it's painfully obvious what her last name is supposed to be.
How do you mean?
Like I think the player can easily figure it out for themselves just from playing the game before the game actually reveals it. Like is that just me or?
Yeah. It's the short word. He doesn't get arrested for stealing a drink again.
Oh no, oh no, that's Sarah.
No, Sarah's just the one to get drunk. And not get fucking arrested.
Dude, like,
And then the
dude,
opening
like,
plays
the
one
amount-
more time.
the amount that Sarah drinks, like it's astonishing.
No, that's guys. God damn it. I love Traveler Cold Steel's opening. Delicious feed.
Sad for the anime. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see the anime myself now that I'm getting into the Trails of Cold Steel games. Kind of worried to know that I may not have enough free time on my hands to actually go and watch it.
I've still got a backlog of anime I need to continue watching.
Oh, really? Hang on. Yeah, I think
Yeah, Toa is in it. That's what Tokyo Xander. That's what I was thinking of.
Thank you, Red Bird Dragon. You also
Thank you.
You also have to remember something familiar.
Thank you. Yes. There he is. There's C. There's C. There's C. My boy, mysterious man. I can't wait to play him. Yeah, she's a teacher in Xander. Yeah, and she's the cousin of the main character in that one.
Yeah, Toa is I want to say Toa is a fan favorite character, isn't she?
People really like her. Yeah.
It feels like she's a fan favorite character anyway.
See, such a bullshit boss fight. Yeah, but we get to play. Is he? But we get to play him in the new game that's coming out. So I'm excited for that. Like he may be bullshit, but like, come on, he's such. People keep comparing him to Zero from Lelouch of how his design is, and I'm like, yeah. I'll save the game and like end it here because we just finished a chapter.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair. She's such a bullshit. Oh, I can't wait to fight C that in my playthrough. I can't wait to fight C in my playthrough that Red Bird Dragon because I'm playing on hard difficulty.
I'm just playing it on normal because I want to get used to this game again. Well, actually, thank you guys all for joining today. I was a little bit nervous streaming because I've not done it in a while because anxiety and depression kept hitting, especially in December, which is like the worst month for me. And today, you probably could tell I was panicking a lot because one of my legs was shaking. That's why I started later because I was like, oh shit, I forgot to start early, and then I was kind of proceeding to either not stream or to stream, and it was like, you know what, fucking streaming. What's the worst that can happen?
Well, it seems like
At least it's not Nightmare. Yeah, Nightmare's no game plus.
It seems like you got through it, ALK, because
Yes.
you did mention it again for a while. Your leg shaking.
Yeah, it stopped shaking. It was I think like at the start of streaming, it was like I think because I was panicked, my leg just it does that at times where like when in Ruby's campaign and God's campaign, I've brought that up where my body just shakes and I'm like, I can't calm down.
Do you have like Well, I'll ask you again when we're like not streaming. But yeah. Anyway,
Yes.
you were saying, Nobu?
Thank you guys for watching, and we'll continue this tomorrow.
Woo! Can't wait.
Yes. Oh, let me get to the proper.